Good evening and welcome to this, the September 12th meeting of the Livermore City Council. I now call the meeting to order. Let the roll call show that all members of the council are present and accounted for. I'd ask that you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. One of the remarkable assets that we have in this community is the Livermore Airport. It attracts businesses and it provides the general aviation airport for both hobby and business. So with that, I'd like to ask the Airport Commission Chairman, Alex Shazifi, to please present the annual report.
Council, Mayor, I would like to report for the previous year of airport activities as was done by the Commission and staff. Okay, we'll start with the biggest grant ever, financial grant from federal government ever granted to the Livermore Airport for LED lighting for the runways and repaving and reconstruction short runway, which started today. Literally today, the bulldozers were tearing off the short runway and start putting lines for the LED lights, which will save us money on electrical bill, because to keep those runways lit all night, well, it takes a lot of electricity, and so LED, as you know, cuts it down by a significant amount. That was the biggest grant ever received by the airport. Kudos to Leander and the staff getting the grant, and the work started today. We also like to point out the support Livermore Airport provided for Super Bowl, the 50. The 100 jets came and went during the week without a hitch. Nobody got hurt. Lots of fuel was sold, and everybody left happy. So we were on the map for the parking for not most, but about 20% of the parking for the Super Bowl. And we also supported and participated in the annual Women of Aviation Week at Livermore. Despite the rainy weather, over 65 girls and women attended, and we keep supporting it for next year and year after that. The Women Aviation Week will be done in Livermore again. And we also acquired, the city of Livermore is a proud owner of a non-flying Learjet that was donated by Clay Lace Aviation for $2 bottles of wine and $1. And now it's temporary at the quote-unquote junkyard, but it will be reassembled and put on a display in place of the old terminal, which is about to be torn down, and that's a project we're working on as we speak. And we also participated and supported the annual open house and open house fundraising. So far, enough hot dogs was sold to raise $4,500 for the toward open house and air show expenses. Which coming first week in October, and we would ask everybody to attend. First weekend in October, open house. We'll have an air show and displays, and everybody will have fun. And we also participated with the Planning Commission and City Management to address the future issues of BART relating housing. That was working with the Planning Commission. And do we have any questions?
Any questions? And so the Livermore Air Show and Airport Open House is Saturday, October 1st, right?
Is that it? Yes.
Saturday, October 1st, 10 to 4? And it's the air show, and you have the warbirds out there too, right?
The warbirds will be on static display, but these are the local warbirds, not the B-2017s.
Yeah, not the Collins Foundation.
Yes, but the air show starts about 12?
11 till noon and 1 till 2.
Okay. 11 to noon and 1 to 2. Okay, great. It's always a great show. And
free event. There's no cover charge. There's just food for sale and so on.
Great. Excellent. Thank you very much. Moving on to the Citizens Forum. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so Citizens Forum, these are for items that are not on the agenda. The City Council can neither deliberate nor take action on anything brought up during the Citizens Forum, but it may be brought up for discussion at a later time. So with that, I'd like to call up, and ask also that you keep the comments to 3 minutes or less. Doug Mann, Esther Ann Waltz, Kevin Jameson.
Evening, Council. I'm Doug Mann. The reason I'm here today is that I've been trying to get some information from BART. I think I just noticed that our representative is here today. I didn't know he would be here, so perhaps there'll be a scuffle outside later, but he started it. So just get that. So, hopefully I'll actually get the information I need tonight. But I've been trying at staff level and emailing the board members to ask kind of a simple question. I've been actually looking for this information for about a year, and that is that our BART line runs a train every 15 minutes. And in order to carry more people out of the valley and thus take cars off the road, we need to increase the frequency of that. There's really no other way other than obviously run 10-car trains all the time, or during commute. Other than that, there's not really anything that you can do. I mean, we can add a station, we could add 5 stations, but you can't take cars off the road unless you increase the frequency of trains leaving the valley. And everybody I bring it up to doesn't have an answer. So anything that you have that you can maybe do to help us just find out what their plans are for that, that hopefully doesn't lead to the sort of customary, sort of looking at feet and kicking dirt that I think I've pretty much been getting to this point, would be helpful. I don't think they, I think they need to tell us that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Esther Ann Waltz, Kevin Jameson, Mark Landeck.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Here, I've been reading up on cannabis. I don't know if we still have the moratorium in terms of dispensaries or cooperative, but if we do, could we lift that moratorium on cannabis, please, so that we can have a cooperative or a dispensary in the city of so that my acquaintances that are on medical marijuana do not have to travel so far, like in Haywood to Oakland or San Francisco to get their medical cannabis. Because sometimes when they're really in pain, it's rough to ride BART. Even though repairs and everything, it's still rough when you're really in a lot of pain to ride in a car. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Jameson, Mark Landeck, and Robin Landeck.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm here tonight to find out a little bit more what the city plans on doing with CEMEX with regards to Lake A here in Livermore. As many of you know, there's been a lot of community activity, mainly from the Fallbrook, Christopher Ranch, Oaks, and Prima neighborhoods. Concern with the potential of initiating mining again in what is now a wildlife area. So we've had several community meetings. We've been to Zone 7. We've been asking questions from CEMEX as well as the county and not really getting the answers we need. So we're hoping that tonight we can hear something from the city, or at least get it on the agenda where we can start being able to narrow down our concerns and focus on the parties that are involved with this. So thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mark Landeck, Robin Landeck, and Dave McGuigan.
Hi, I just want to second what Kevin stated, and I'll defer at this time until it is on the agenda.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Robin Landeck.
Robin Landeck, and Kevin stated it very eloquently. We're very concerned citizens about CEMEX and their proposal for start resuming mining of Lake A. And again, anything that the city of Livermore can do to help us understand the process would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave McGuigan, Gene King, Bob Carling.
Dave McGuigan, Ontario Drive. Continuing on. Now we're left with that 1533, and the officer had not yet talked to me. Now the chief will tell you that its documents will show that my license was run at 1534, my statement was concluded at 1540, and the breathalyzer was emitted at 1545. His words were, "See a nice tight timeline." Now, since the officer testified that it takes 10 to 15 minutes to take a statement, that he only had 6 minutes to complete, that nice tight timeline is already somewhat what some might consider too tight. But since we now have the audio logs that were withheld during discovery, let's hear what they tell us. Remember, the officer has testified he's just initiated contact with me some 40 minutes into the investigation, so supposedly he's just done the license registration and insurance thing. Hopefully the mic will pick this up.
Is there any units in the station?
Not that I know of.
Is there anybody that can bring some marking paint, like some spray paint? There should be some traffic cars.
I'll find someone.
Thank you.
Show one. Case number is 481-481, and K91 is going to bring that to you. Is there a specific color paint you're looking for?
No, just any paint. There should be some of the trunk of Boyce's traffic car.
10-4. Go ahead.
Just give you the number.
He does actually run my license. We won't broadcast that. And just let you think that he wasn't doing a bunch of stuff before he got my license. He asked for one more piece of information.
One of those typical.
105-1455.
For the paperwork that he's been working on. So in this already too tight timeline, he has spent some of the time filling out some paperwork. Okay, so according to the chief, I guess you're supposed to believe that the officer finished whatever paperwork he was doing, and then talked to me, took my statement, transcribed it to the official form, reviewed it with me, and then had me sign it in what was remaining of the 6 minutes that after the officer finished the paperwork he was doing. He'd then have you believe, I would believe, that the officer looked at his watch and annotated my statement with the time of 1540, making a solid time reference. Except that's just not possible. You see, there's something interesting about my statement. When you look at it, you'll see that the separate section is in a darker, heavier lighting, and where the time was stated, where mine is in a lighter, thinner pen. Somewhere in the time between when I signed it and the officer submitted it and put the annotation on it, pens were changed. So this already tight timeline is now looking like a sumo wrestler in spandex. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGuigan. Gene King, Bob Carling, Eric Summergreen.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jean King. I ask you to postpone the building of the $5 million City Council chambers and put the $5 million towards the development in the downtown. This is the time to put city funds into making the downtown the best it can be. The chamber can wait. It would be nice to have a new chamber for the 2 public council meetings and the 2 public planning commission meetings each month. My guess is that on the average, 300 members of the public visit this facility each month for those 2 council and 2 planning commission meetings. I don't know how many citizens visit our downtown each month. It is estimated that more than 300 attended just one Tuesday summer evening concert on the Green. With the right increased amenities, open space town square, hotel, conference center, retail, gallery, museum, and adequate parking, even more citizens will be able to make use of and enjoy the downtown. Putting the $5 million towards these amenities can also increase city revenues. Here is evidence from reports. 1, Making Great Communities Happen concludes that parks, quote, parks are a good financial investment for community. Municipal revenues are increased from increased property tax, sales tax, and tourism-related benefits. Number two, the NBS report, which the community group commissioned, estimated that the city's sales tax and TOT revenue from just the hotel and conference center over 30 years would exceed $40 million. In addition, the report states that, not including lodging and transportation, hotel overnight guests spend $257 per day, and the approximate spending per conference attendee is $297. Number three, Arts and Economic Prosperity Report demonstrates that the nonprofit arts and culture industry is an economic driver in communities, a growth industry that supports jobs, generates government revenue, and is the cornerstone of tourism. I'm not saying never to build a new council chambers. I am saying that the downtown is the most important at this time, and if done correctly, spending the $5 million on the improved downtown amenities will make an even more wonderful place for citizens to enjoy, and also bring more funds that could be used for future council chambers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Bob Carling, Eric Summergreen, Nancy Engelbright.
Good evening. My name is Bob Carling. Quality of life is important to the citizens of Livermore. Quality of life can mean different things to different people. For me, elements of quality of life including providing open space for residents to enjoy with their families. The closure of the Springtown Golf Course has offered a new opportunity for our Springtown residents. The development of a town square in our downtown will invite families to join together in a community setting. Standing up to additional mining by CEMEX in Lake A is a way for the city to show they respect the quality of life of another segment of our population, those living in Christopher Ranch. I support the residents of Christopher Ranch and hope the city can influence the county and block any further mining in Lake A. Again, quality of life is important to all of us. Please do what you can to stop additional mining in Lake A. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carling. Eric Summergreen, Nancy Elizabeth Saltzman, and John Stein.
Eric isn't here yet.
Okay. Nancy Saltzman and John Stein.
Good evening, council and staff. My name's Nancy Saltzman, 578 South K Street, Livermore. I'm here to speak tonight about the obstruction by City Council of marijuana dispensaries. I think that council is not qualified to make medical decisions for people and their physicians. Medical marijuana is medically approved, authorized by a medical doctor. And the treatment and the use of it helps cancer patients. It helps somebody like me. I've been in chronic pain since December 7th when I had a surgery that went screwed up. And the use of medical marijuana is allowing me to live a normal life. To have City Council be obstructing the times that the dispensaries can be open and available to those who need it for deliveries is unacceptable, inexcusable, and undesirable, because you all aren't qualified to make medical decisions for patients and their doctors. So I think you really need to seriously consider your position on this, because it's going to go legal after the election, one hopes. And I think it's very, very important that you do your research. And it's not about smoking dope to get loaded. It's about using medical marijuana, which does not get you high. I have no desire to be high. I just wish to be pain-free. And my friends that are cancer patients that weigh 85 pounds and are 5'6" use medical marijuana to save their lives. That allows them to eat. It allows them not to vomit. It allows them to not feel nauseous. It does not allow them to die as quickly as they might without that treatment. So you all need to seriously consider this position of yours and to stop obstructing the dispensaries and the time that they're open. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Saltzman. John Stein.
John Stein, 1334 Cathy Court. the peripheral pipeline, or as I guess it's now called, the Delta Fix, is coming to a critical point. There's a proposition on the November ballot that limits state bond measures without voter approval to $2 billion or less, and the pipeline will cost considerably more. The Metropolitan Power and Water District from LA has now bought 2 of the large tracts along the pipeline route for $150 million. And it's becoming increasingly obvious with the reduction in environmental mitigations and levee repairs that the major purpose of the pipeline is to enable the Southland to essentially drain most or all of the fresh water during drought periods from the Delta. The South Los Angeles area has enough votes in the legislature essentially to remove legislative blocks, but the current inlet at the Clifton Forebay limits the amount of water that can be withdrawn from the Delta without pumping the bay saltwater in. So I would urge people to support that ballot measure. Also, at the last meeting, the mayor said that we really shouldn't look at limiting residential or any other growth due to water limitations, because if we don't use it, someone else will. There are 90,000 new units built every year in California. That sort of reminds me of the tragedy of the Commons allegory. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but in English towns in the Middle Ages, there was a common area, a common, that was used for grazing livestock. And anybody could put their livestock on it. And what would happen was individuals would figure that their individual profitability or well-being would depend upon maximizing the number of cows or sheep they could put on it. And what happened is everybody did that, and during bad times, all the livestock died because there was no feed. The same issue has happened with cod fishing, with air pollution, with groundwater supplies. And I would urge that you think carefully about a statewide limit on growth, tying it to new water supplies, either increased storage, desalinization, or imports from Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Eric Summergren. Eric Summergren.
Hi, my name is Eric Summergren. I'm a resident of Livermore for about 3 years. I have 2 young children, ages 3 and 5, and I just want to make a comment on the downtown Livermore plan. Just a suggestion. As a father of 2 young children, it would be nice in the development plan to actually see a park, a substantial park downtown. And I don't mean like Carnegie Park. I mean like a park that actually has a playground and a play structure and all that stuff. I think it's in the city's best interest to put something in like this when considering the whole downtown development, because when my wife and I bring our kids downtown, we spend money, eat out a lot, hang out, do shopping, and it's an incentive for the city to actually have a park that the kids can play at. We spend more time down there. Economically, I think it's probably a good thing to have. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Summergren. Okay, with that, we're finished with the Citizens Forum, and moving on to the consent calendar. Okay, we have a card on the consent calendar. Does anybody wish the consent calendar is typically items that are routine in nature and that pass with a single motion. Is there anyone that would wish to pull any of the items for discussion?
I have one, Mayor.
Yes.
4.1.
4.1. Okay, and I'll just make a comment on, let's see, 4.06. And we have a card on 4.08. So if Let's go with public comment first. Esther Ann Waltz, 4.08. Is the resolution authorizing execution of the First Amendment to the ground lease for the Livermore Heritage Guild for the repairs and security on Hageman Farm property.
On that, like when they are doing their repairs, their enhancement, one of the things is so that when youngster or people, if they're have gone to work in the gardens or they've done the horseback riding or therapy riding program out there and they go to meet their cab or Uber or whatever, that will go to pick them up because there's the bus route does not go all the way down to that corner of Hageman and Olivina, where I think the farm is, because I'm not sure exact where 455 Olivina is, the farm is. I've never been down there. I would love to go down there, but it'd be hard for me to get to because I use the transit bus to get around. And to put like a shelter or something so people can wait for a ride if they used a ride or a cab or something, near the gate so that they're not out in the hot sun when, as part of the repairs and the improvements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just, again, recognize the tremendous work that's being done out at Hageman Farm by Sunflower Hill, the Livermore Heritage Guild, and also the Fertile Groundworks. They're doing some tremendous work out in the support of the community. And it's just one of those great things where the city and the nonprofits and these public-private partnerships can do a tremendous amount of good for the community. 4-H. And 4-H, yes. Thank you for throwing that one out. Thank you. Councilor Spadowski, 4.01.
Sure. I don't have a problem with the draft minutes from July 25th or the August 8th meeting, but I noticed on the August 1st meeting, we didn't summarize the questions by the council prior to the public comment period. So I'd be comfortable passing 4.01 with July 25th and August 8th, but I would like August 1st to go back and attempt to capture the questions that the council asked of the of staff and the project applicant prior to the public comment period.
Okay. So
if we can get August 1st back to us once that's captured, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Staff will go back and listen to the audio recording and see what we can do.
And also with the let's see, 4.0. Wait a second here. Technology is a wonderful thing. With the 4.06, wastewater treatment plant programming, networking services, rehab and process improvements. Any sign of the hydrogen fuel station or methane capture or anything? We've talked about that for, I think, as long as I've been on the council. Just a comment, just to throw that back out there to see if there's...
And absolutely. So this is the last piece of the puzzle necessary before we can start on that piece of the project. Okay. So we basically had 4 different things that had to happen. This is number 4. And so at that point, we will be able to move forward with consideration of the methane recapture as we move forward.
Okay.
So we've not forgotten, but we certainly appreciated staff, your patience on this one.
And I know that Sandia has done a lot of work on the hydrogen fuel cells, and we talked about the possibility of setting up even a hydrogen fuel station there. So just keeping that out there.
It's interesting that you mentioned that because I think Toyota is now selling a hydrogen car.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, they're starting to hit the market. So I don't know if it would be that would be my question. Is it a publicly accessible fueling station? Potentially, then that's pretty awesome.
And one of our issues there is that we need to do a little more study on that. Basically, both quantity, the cleanliness, and reliability, all sort of are things coming out of a municipal process, which are a little more complicated than out of a commercial scale process. So on the list.
Yeah, it's not a real clean feedstock. Understand?
It is not, and that makes it very tricky.
Yeah.
So you get a twofer. You can get your water and your hydrogen at the same time as long as you have a truck, right?
Moving right along. Okay. So, do I have a motion for the consent calendar with those additional comments?
Yeah.
Moved by Councilmember Turner, seconded by Councilmember Warner. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed unanimously. On to one of the more interesting things that we consider here, the TEFRA hearing, 5.01. Just one of those unusual things that...
One of those odd acronym-y things. Good evening, Your Honor, members of the council. Before you tonight is a request to conduct a public hearing under the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, TEFRA, that will allow for the issuance of a public multifamily bond for use in the construction of a 171-unit apartment complex located at South Vasco Road and Breeza Street, known as the Gino Apartments, and a further request to authorize the execution of a joint powers agreement with the California Public Finance Authority to issue the bonds. GEMCOR, a San Francisco-based real estate development company, is proposing to construct a multifamily project and has requested that the city, to a joint powers authority agreement with the California Public Finance Authority, CalPFA, issue a bond in an amount not to exceed $55 million. The bond funds will be used for project construction and will enable GEMCOR to enhance the project's financial feasibility. Under past housing agreements, this project was required to make 15% of its units affordable to low and very low income households. Under terms of this new agreement, the project will provide 20% of its units as affordable to all to very low income households. As part of this issuance, the city will enter into a joint exercise of powers agreement with the California Public Finance Authority as an additional member. Under this agreement, the California Public Finance Authority will be responsible for all the reporting and monitoring components, and the city will have no post-issuance obligations. Since the JPA is a separate legal entity, the city will have no liability exposure. The financing issue of the bonds does not result in a financial impact or an obligation to the city. Bond repayment will come from the project revenue and will be the sole responsibility of the borrower, GEMCOR. In the event of a default of this bond, the obligation for repayment will fall solely on the project. The city will be under no obligation to cure the default. In order to issue these bonds, a public hearing must first be held to receive public comment, and then City Council must approve the issuance of the project bonds through the California Public Finance Authority and authorize the city manager to execute the joint exercise of powers agreement with the California Public Finance Authority. By joining the GPA, the city and the California Public Finance Authority will split the annual administration fee, roughly $2,200 for the life of the loan. As mentioned previously, the city is not responsible for the annual monitoring of the property. The California Public Finance Authority will conduct the annual monitoring for the property instead. In conclusion, staff recommends the City Council conduct the public hearing, adopt a resolution approving the issuance by the California Public Finance Authority for the multifamily housing revenue bonds in a principal amount not to exceed $55 million for the construction of the Gino Apartments, and authorize the execution of the joint exercise of powers agreement. I'm now available to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for Mr. Ranga? So in other words, it's $55 million, but it's not going to cost us anything except the split of the $2,200 admin fee.
That's correct. And the admin fee actually is a fee that's given to us, not that we put out.
Right. Okay, terrific. Thank you. Councilor Spadowski?
And so this is at South Vasco and Breeza, so this is part of the existing construction site?
Yes.
And this is something that we saw and considered during the whole approval process, so it's just, we're doing this for the affordable housing and the bond issue,
Yes.
basically. So.
Yeah, the original project is consisted of an ownership component and a rental component, a multifamily component, and the ownership component has under construction, almost complete, and this rental one is now being proposed, and financing is now in place to do it.
Okay, because I remember seeing this before. It's thinking, okay, wait, I thought all that was going in already. What the heck is happening? So, okay, thank you for that clarification.
Any other questions? Okay, that I'm going to open the public hearing. I have no cards, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Any comments? Do I have a motion?
Move the resolution.
Okay, moved by
Second.
Vice Mayor Gary, seconded by Councilmember Warner. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passed unanimously. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to 5.02, this is Pleasant View Lane neighborhood and Arroyo Road. This one's complicated.
Good evening, Mayor Marchand, members of the City Council. In spring 2015, staff received requests for city sewer service from residents of the unincorporated island known as the Pleasant View Lane neighborhood due to failing septic systems. The Pleasant View Lane neighborhood is an unincorporated county island consisting of 23 buildable parcels, shown here, and located east of Arroyo Road, approximately midway between College Avenue and Kincannon Boulevard. The Alameda County Environmental Health Department is responsible for regulating septic systems and have confirmed some of the systems have failed within the neighborhood and furthermore anticipate future system failures. They've also noted that with increasingly restrictive state policies, it is unlikely that systems will be able to comply with health standards. There are concerns with impacts of the failing systems on groundwater quality, human health, and overall quality of life. Based on both city and LAFCO policies, which support efficient provision of municipal services, the neighborhood must be annexed to receive sewer service. The annexation requires pre-zoning the neighborhood and a tax sharing agreement with Alameda County. This map shows the annexation boundaries in purple or pink, which completely encircles the Pleasant View Lane neighborhood. The green dashed line represents the proposed assessment district boundary, which includes both the neighborhood and two parcels which are currently within the city limits but have access to and derive benefit from Pleasant View Lane, which is right here. Once annexed, the neighborhood would need to be brought up to city standards. Public improvements include sewer extension, curb, gutter, and sidewalk along Arroyo Road, as well as sewer extension, fire hydrants, and lighting along Pleasant View Lane. The improvements would require sewer and emergency vehicle access easements on Pleasant View Lane. The cost of the public improvements is approximately $1.4 million. Generally, the cost of such improvements is borne by the individual property owners. Recognizing that this may be a financial hardship for some of the residents, staff is proposing an assessment district, which would allow the individual properties to pay over a period of 30 years. In addition, Alameda County is also proposing to contribute $350,000 to lower the cost. Establishing an assessment district requires the council to initiate the process and establish a public hearing date. Once initiated, ballots would be mailed to each property owner within the district boundaries and collected and counted in November. Based on the vote, the district formation process would continue or the proceedings would end. This is a summary of staff's recommendations. The staff's recommendations are provided in full detail in your staff report, and this concludes staff's presentations. We're available for any questions you may have.
Mr. Mayor, if I may as well, joining us this evening are Chris Lynch, Bond Counsel with Jones Hall, as well as Tim Seifer from MBS, the one who prepared the engineer's report.
Okay, very good. Questions at this point? Question I got is, okay, so there are a couple of fairly large parcels on this. Would this allow one of the property owners to subdivide their property?
One of the large properties under the RS could be subdivided.
That would be able to subdivide. And what would be the process for that? Would they pay an additional connection fee to the city?
Yes. Yes.
They would. Okay, so they would pay the cost of connections. Okay. All right, I have one card on this, so I'll open the public hearing. Doug Mann.
Yeah, you have to give them their sewer. As as someone who I grew up on Marina Avenue, which I think, first of all, I'd say, this is practice because you probably have to get ready for Marina to follow along sometime in the future. If Buena Vista, I haven't been keeping track of this, so forgive me if I'm lacking some of the details, but Buena Vista and Marina will be coming to you. I would imagine pretty soon. It's pretty awful when a sewer system is not working right. I guess the comments that I have are what you're doing tonight essentially is you're cleaning up for a mistake, and the mistake was made by the county a long time ago. They never should have allowed parcels this small to be served by leach lines. It was always a mistake. It was a mistake at my house where I grew up, and now somebody's got to do something about it, and we should do something about it. We have to. As we know, these kinds of mistakes happen occasionally, and the county, it was the county in this case. I mean, look at Dublin. The county, made a whole mistake that they never cleaned up, and Dublin hasn't been able to really even overcome that kind of planning. But it was a zoning mistake, and Mayor Marchand, you beat me to it. You're also doing an upzoning right now, and I'm not sure you should be doing an upzoning on that. I guess it's one or two parcels here. If you're going to, give them their sewer. But be very careful with zoning, because you don't want to make another zoning mistake. And I think obviously you need to allow them everything that they can do now. And it might be that you need more than one zoning for these properties, that you might not want to lump them all together, even though it seems to be clean and makes sense because all the other properties around are what staff is recommending to you. I think that you want to do that as a separate action. That's all I have on this. Thanks.
Thank you. And that's one of the reasons that when I was on Zone 7, helped to rewrite the septic tank ordinance. Delphine Perry and Ms. Nieves, Ophelia Nieves. So Delphine Perry, Ophelia Nieves.
Hi, I'm Delphine Perry. I live on Pleasant View Lane. I've lived there 47 years. Most of us are all retired. There's a few people have moved in, younger families, and they've got young kids, and they cannot afford it. Us older people cannot afford the money you want us to put out. There are only 4 lots on the property. The big ones that are down, that are off of Quail Run, they can be building houses. The other 2 are this other next to Quail Run, Finders and Hills. The rest are all half-an acres. And there is no way we can put a house back there. I have a house with a 2-car garage in the back and a motorhome place. That's it. I mean, you cannot put another house or apartment in the way, because a lot of people on that street have shared driveways. Mine is my own driveway, but most of the people have to share a driveway to get to the other house. Okay?
Thank you. Ophelia Nieves.
Yeah, hi there. Good evening, everyone. I'm on Arroyo Road, and I am one of the original people that requested the sewer line. My septic has failed. It seeps into the soil. It stinks during the winter. I have neighbors who have the same issue. We didn't go to the city to say we need new sidewalks, annexation, blah, blah, blah. We went to the county to get permits for replacement septics. We can't get them because the properties are too small, so we had to go to the city. We've been going in circles for over a year. The city's been doing a great job on this project, but if the financing holds us back, we're back at square one. So I know there's a financial hardship, but something has to get done. So, yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, this when the septic tanks fail, it's they're very expensive and very difficult to deal with, especially on a smaller lot. And one of the other concerns here is groundwater contamination. There are well-documented nitrate plumes out in this area simply because of the very heavy loading on the area. And this is typically why you have to have at least 5 acres now to allow a septic tank to allow for the percolation. I'm sorry, this is more than anybody wants to know, but this is my world, so thank you. Okay, close the public hearing. Any further questions, comments?
Just one question.
Yes.
Of staff is, so when the property ballot goes out, it's property related, so is that 50 plus 1 or is it 2/3 for the vote? I think it's 50 plus 1 if it's a direct property related fee. I'm seeing multiple nodding heads. Okay, I have finance director, MBS, and okay. So I got my response. That we do have to realize that this will be going out to the entire neighborhood, and if we don't get the majority, then it doesn't go. So that gives me some level of comfort that the neighborhood has a say in it. I do believe, at the highest end of the assessment in the engineer's report, because I handle assessments on a daily basis as my day job, but also I manage a stormwater program. So I got 2 worlds crossing here. And $72,000 for the the maximum for the highest assessment. That is a lot of money. That's a ton of money. But at the same time, I also know of cases and instances when if you have discharges occurring and you don't have a way to fix it, you are opening up the possibility of either if it reaches a storm drain system, if it reaches a creek, if it leaches onto a neighbor's property in any way, shape, or form, you could be involved with fishing game, you could be involved with the regional board and facing fines that range from $10,000 to $40,000 per occurrence. And that would suck up that $72,000 very, very quickly. And that's just the way, unfortunately, that it's going with a lot of these circumstances. Our environmental regulations, and we're dealing with it on a city level, are just getting more and more extreme. And the organizations who are responsible for developing these regulations really don't have cost as a concern when they issue violations or requirements. So I'm very concerned that people are opening up the possibility of having these failed systems continue, no way to fix them, and then eventually you get somebody who decides to make an issue out of it, and you're faced with multiple tens of thousands of dollars worth of fines. So I think the system is a good system for addressing issues like this. I hope we've been as conservative as possible with the estimated costs of construction. If we don't expend the entire amount, is this kind of a final number that we anticipate on expending the entire amount? But if we somehow find some kind of cost savings, then I assume the assessment will be lower. So it's based on the actual construction costs.
That's correct.
Okay, so hopefully that will be the case, but I'm hopeful that it would drop. But all of those, the reasons combined, I can see supporting the formation of this district.
All right. Any other question, Vice Mayor Gary?
It's a little vexing to me. My impression, right or wrong, from the staff report was this had been smooth sailing, and there was near, if not unanimity, on a small number of parcels to undergo this expense. I hate to see neighbor versus neighbor, and I hate to see 50 plus 1 and the plus 1 drive something. Totally agree with the public health and safety. 2 questions, a question of staff, and then perhaps a comment, if my peers would indulge me. In other annexations and staff's legacy experience, have we always required full civic improvements, street, lighting, fire hydrants, the whole 9 yards?
So the short answer on that is yes, and actually we have a fairly modified, much more modest level of improvements than we would ever approve in any other case. So we have backed off on our normal improvements quite a bit. In other words, both of these would have been public streets, full curb, gutter, sidewalk, 40 feet wide, all the way to the end, obviously on a private lane that's existed for a very long period of time. We went in a much less conservative direction with much lower levels of improvements. So normally, essentially, they would have had to have brought it up to completely all the way up to city standards. They would have had to fully underground all of their overhead utilities, which is not part of this at the current moment. They would have had to have done all of the city services all the way up. So this is dialed back quite a ways and is actually very unique. It's the first time we've ever required this little to actually get into the city, because we were working very, very hard to drive the costs as low as possible. You heard that some of the costs are noticeable. There are credits also which are being issued against some of those costs for property being acquired, because we need to acquire an easement there. And that's actually why this still sits there. This is the third time in my tenure that this area has had the issue of annexation brought forward. So the city's contributed quite a bit. On the other hand, our challenge is for these property owners to be subsidized by the rest of the city. So while there are quite a bit of city contribution in some of the preliminary work that's been done in essentially having a different set of standards for this area than some of the other areas, we were trying to thread the needle between public health and safety on the one hand, not having a huge subsidy from the rest of the city on the other hand, and still having it be affordable, and that the majority or significant majority of folks would actually find that acceptable and a benefit to their property.
I'm going to make a suggestion, not a motion yet, if my peers were interested. Could we defer this and bring back the non-sewer, non-fire hydrant requirements, and either A, have a fuller conversation about are they really, really necessary, or two, if we form the assessment district, go through annexation, fix the critical health and safety issues, couldn't the occupants of that assessment district at a later date request a new additional assessment to do something on enhancements, let's say streetlights? You run the math, it's still $2,400 a year for 30 years on the low side to pay for these improvements. And the homeowners were sold something. They bought into a rural area on rural services, and now they're between the rock and the impossible. Again, I'd like to see maybe a bit more understanding and maybe some consensus building with the homeowners that the level of improvements, downscaled as they are essential versus ought to have to bring them up to the city standard. Just my read of the situation. I didn't expect protests tonight. I thought the neighborhood was in agreement. Hallelujah, we need our sewer fix.
Yeah, and the county's actually putting up money on this too to defray the costs.
Correct.
Has that happened previously? I don't think.
Never. So the $350,000 for roadway improvements from the county was to sort of deal with one of the things that, although was a downsized requirement, still was a requirement for adequate roadways that, again, was sort of balancing that. And the county's contribution is the first time that we've had that. It is clear that those with the failed septic systems get the immediate benefit. Those with septic systems which are going to fail don't get that immediate benefit, and that is some of the dichotomy you're hearing tonight. There have been items as far as the timing of the assessment, and then ultimately the neighborhood, of course, is in charge of the actual decision whether to move forward or not. In my time, this is sort of the most significant amount of support. Before, we were far short of even a majority being interested in annexation and services, and so there has been a noticeable shift. But for many of the houses, in fairly short order, they're going to be uninhabitable, either at this time or shortly. And that's the tricky part, is for a neighborhood like this, where some of the houses won't be able to be inhabited if we ultimately don't find some way to extend services to them. The vast bulk of the cost, of course, is the sewer itself. The other items are quite modest, especially after you take out the county contribution for some of the roadway issues. And as one of the testifiers did note, we have been working on this for almost a year now to get it to actually calling the question.
And that background, excuse me, Stephen, I saw you, this really helps. By rough order of percentage, could you say what percent of the total bill is the sewer and what's the rest? Because again, it might help. Maybe some of the residents didn't quite understand that are affected by this, that the additional charges are not 50% or greater of what's going on here. You've helped explain the downscaling of standards and that the sewer is the most expensive line item.
So the sewer number totals up, when you include the easements and then there's incidental costs for capitalized interest, is $1.1 million of the $1.5 million, or $1.4 million. Yeah, $1.5 million.
And just another question, since you're right there with the book, what is for a standard development that's coming in, a brand new development? What is the sewer connection fee that the city charges?
That is, oops. That's really dependent on what kind of development is coming in, but any development coming in is required to pay the entire cost of extending the main, and that's essentially what's happening here. Is there's a main extension that has to occur.
Okay, all right, got it. Thank you. I was thinking of like water connections. There's always a standard water connection fee for somebody coming in. And then there's
and we do have standard sewer connection fees, but that's for the capacity at the water treatment plant plus the existing main lines that we have, and then the treatment itself.
Right, and what is that?
I don't know off the top of my head, to be truthful.
It's in the tens of thousands of dollars, I know that.
Yes, it is in the tens of thousands of dollars for a single-family residence.
Right.
To give you a sense of scale, total fees, which obviously these are existing units, so they will not be subject to. But if essentially we're coming in and developing these units, annexing, the total fees would be north of $150,000 a unit.
That's water, sewer.
Water, sewer, all of the infrastructure. Essentially, the new people are buying into all of the infrastructure that the existing taxpayers and ratepayers have built. And the council has said that ultimately, and most councils in the areas have said that those who are ultimately hooking up to these services and using them need to find some way to pay their fair share of that. In this particular case, we're stretching that over 30 years, but ultimately, at the end of the day, they will pay most of the costs that they are getting the benefit from these services over that 30-year period of time.
So I've got a question. You talk about some are near failing or have failed and some are about to fail. What's the average age of these systems and what's the average lifespan? In other words, how immediate is this failure you're talking about?
Well, part of our problem here is that each of the systems are in very different places. Some have been replaced in the last 10 or 15 years. Some haven't been replaced for a very long period of time. The conundrum for this neighborhood and neighborhoods like it is the standards which are imposed through the state, ultimately through the county, get tighter and tighter and tighter. So even those that are in relatively good shape now won't ultimately be able to meet the standards. I don't know whether staff has the detail. In other words, we did not do literally a property by property search and do a certification of each of the systems, but the concept that there's a wide variety, I think, is a fair statement. And what you summarized at the beginning is, gives you a good idea of sort of what staff's understanding of that situation is. But literally property by property, some of them are going to go a number of years or could go a number of years before they'd need to hook up.
And what I've heard is that it isn't a question of if, but just when.
Yes, that is correct. That's what we heard from County Health, and we believe they're a pretty good harbinger of that. And your one subject matter expert on the council seems to be agreeing with this as far as septic systems on very small properties. Ultimately, if there is any chance to hook up to a sanitary sewer, that is absolutely where the state and county regulators are pushing us.
And what I'm also hearing is that both the county and the city are acknowledging the situation for this neighborhood, and so the city is really reducing the amount of other upgrades that are required, and the county is kicking in. Would you say $375,000? And is that 375 or
350?
Is it 350? Is that 1.4 number you quoted? Is that after the county or before the county's number goes in?
That's before.
Okay. So then basically it's just the neighborhood having to pick up the cost of the sewer then?
The sewer extension itself, the construction cost, the design cost, the easements necessary to support that, and other incidental costs related to that. But yes.
Yeah, but I'm saying total 1.4, the county is 3.5. I mean,
Yes.
3.3.
It's the sewer they're being paid.
It's basically, it's a good deal right now, and it's not clear that in the future, should this come back, that such a deal would be offered.
It might not be getting any better.
Right. So I because there's no guarantee that if we punt on this one and you come back, then the county might say, well, sorry, you had your chance, and we might say, well, you had your chance.
Councilor Spadowski?
When the improvements are being constructed, is that typically one contract for everything? So there is some cost savings potentially if you're doing multiple improvements under one contract at the same time?
Well, our estimates have been based on the fact that we'd have a single contract.
Okay, because my concern with piecemealing features out, you have a nice 100% PCI street laid out, and 5 years later, you want to install a new feature. Now that PCI at 100% or 5 years after that, whatever it is at the time, dies because now you're ripping it up to put something in that's new. So I think there is an advantage to doing the improvements all at once, and in particular, paying for it now. We know as a city, and we're looking at our infrastructure costs, the costs are not dropping. And so it's becoming more and more expensive to do any kind of public improvement. So I think you struck a really good balance. That was one of my questions, was undergrounding the utilities. And I think based on my experience, you'd be talking hundreds of thousands more, if not possibly, million more. Because when you start undergrounding utilities, that's really expensive. So, I agree with at least easing up on that standard. And I think that staff has done a good job in finding the balance of doing the bare minimum and cost-effective work at this time. Get it done once, lock in that assessment rate. And, there's no escalator on the assessment rate. It's a fixed cost based on what was installed. So at least that's a little consolation having to pay such an amount. But I don't want it to appear like I take any of these decisions lightly. If I was in the same situation, and I've seen situations like this where homeowners are faced with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of repair, and it seems like assessment districts are the only way to go and the best possible outcome. So I think I'll leave my comments at that.
Okay, any more comments?
I just had a question for the city attorney. We have, just based upon something Councilmember Spadowski just said, we have, I believe, still an unsettled issue with another area in town where we're trying to force utilities to go underground.
I'm not sure what the question is. Which councilmember raised the issue of the undergrounding?
So my question is, by not requiring this group to go underground with their utilities when they're doing something, are we going to impact our other situation?
I understand the question now.
You understand?
Yes, the city has a lawsuit pending. We're actually in appeal right now concerning the undergrounding of AT&T's new cable system. That was an extension of a new system, not the undergrounding of an existing system. So a little bit of apples and oranges.
Just wanted to make sure that we weren't doing anything. And I'm really sorry. I understand how difficult it is. I grew up on a farm as well with septic and out in the country, and that's one of the deals that goes along with living in the country. It is horrifically expensive, and when something like that goes wrong, it's relatively inexpensive to live out there until something does. And I am 100% fine with letting the neighborhood decide. And I think that with the county support, which is just unbelievably gracious and somewhat, and with what you guys have done with compromise, I think this is a really nice compromise. I'm really sorry that it is so expensive. I understand living on a fixed income and how difficult that is, and I love that we worked out a plan to go out 30 years to see if that will help people, and anything else, if there is any way to help the folks that live out there just to afford this that we have, would be wonderful. But I have a feeling that after a year you have exhausted all of those options. And so given that, I think it's a great compromise plan.
Councilmember Gary, Vice Mayor
I'd like
Gary?
to thank staff and my peers for indulging the conversation. I think we just had a fuller featured conversation about the practical difficulties, and you've erased my fears that this is not a Buick or higher level of infrastructure improvement. They're predominantly paying for the sewer. Thank you, County, and I'm sure Supervisor Haggerty. So with that, I think the fair thing, what all of you, we haven't said yet, it ought to go to the voters, because those lots that fail will have their entire investment be worthless because they can't sell the home, and will even have difficulty selling the parcel with a failed septic system and no sewer. I think at this point, given the conversation, I feel it is legitimate to proceed with the annexation vote and let the homeowners themselves make their individual decisions and see where it ends up. So with that, I'll make the motion to approve staff's recommendation and the resolution with the items so enumerated.
Moved by Vice Mayor Gary. Have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Warner. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Passes unanimously. 5.03, the in lieu fee is being postponed until October 10th. We'll be coming back for 5.03 on October 10th. Now matters for consideration. 6.01, this is the discussion and direction regarding the BART Isabelle Neighborhood Plan.
You ready?
All set.
Hi. Mayor and members of the council, I'm Bob Vinn, Assistant City Engineer, and I'm here with members of the Isabelle Neighborhood Plan team, Lori Parks, Steve Riley. We also have our consultant in the audience, Rajiv Bhatia from the firm of Diet and Bhatia. Oh, he's right here. And I saw our BART director, McPartland, in the audience earlier. I'm not sure.
Oh, there he is, hiding back there.
All right, so we're happy to be here tonight to give you an update on the Isabelle Neighborhood Plan. Next slide. We last saw you in February of this year, and at that time we brought 3 alternative land use plans to you, and you directed us to use alternative 1 as a base but do some more work. So we're here to report on that work. One of the big things you wanted to see was reducing the scenic corridor impacts of alternative 1. So we spent some time doing that and preparing visual simulations to show you what the neighborhood plan development might look like from the freeway. We're also going to give you an update on the rest of the things we did to update the plan, talk about next steps moving forward. So I'm going to give you a brief background on BART to Livermore. So there's 2 parallel and related processes going on. BART is working on a project-level environmental impact report to extend BART about 5 miles down the median of I-580 to a new station in the middle of 580 just east of Isabelle Avenue. There would be connecting bus service to destinations in the city, such as downtown, Vasco Road Ace, the labs, and the college. The city has been working on the Isabelle Neighborhood Plan, which is a land use plan around the proposed Isabelle BART station. BART is also, as part of the extension, looking at tail tracks locations. Tail tracks come after the station, and they're used to store cars overnight and in the middle of the day when they don't operate full trains. They do light maintenance on these areas. So they're looking at a number of locations in the corridor, both in the middle of the freeway and outside of the freeway as depicted on this aerial.
Can we run the tail track down to Greenville? Just a thought.
So while we're working on BART to Isabelle right now, we have a broader general plan policy to connect BART with ACE. There's also efforts going along through the Altamont Regional Rail Committee to help make that happen. But what we're talking about tonight is just the first phase of the project, the extension to Isabelle and the Isabelle Neighborhood Plan. So BART's schedule on their project EIR is to release the EIR for public review in early 2017, consider certifying the EIR and selecting a project in late 2017, and after that, then we still have more work to do to get federal environmental clearance, develop a full funding plan, acquire right-of-way, do design and construction. So ultimately, we could see BART service running to Isabelle in the 2025 to 2027 timeframe. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lori to talk about the scenic corridor impacts and what we did to reduce those.
And I'll begin with just a very brief overview of the neighborhood plan as a refresher. So the city is preparing the Isabelle neighborhood plan to guide development of the area surrounding the proposed BART station. Here is a map of the city showing the planning area in the northwest corner, outlined in black. And the circle indicates the core part of the neighborhood, which covers about 3% of the city's land area. The planning area includes Las Positas College and is next to the airport and Las Positas Golf Course. The area is entirely within the urban growth boundary. We are focusing on the area within a half-mile of the proposed BART station, which transit planning professionals generally consider a reasonable walking distance to transit. The end result of the planning process will be a specific plan with these components. The city has adopted several specific plans which have been effective tools at transforming certain parts of town, including South Livermore and downtown. The objectives of the plan are to develop a safe, vibrant neighborhood that supports transit use and takes advantage of the investment in regional rail to address citywide goals. For example, the plan provides opportunities for the development of Class A office space and for expanding housing and transportation choices. In 2015, staff met with many community members to talk about their vision for the Isabelle neighborhood. We identified 6 key themes from this. First, the land use plan should provide for a variety of uses that allow people to meet their daily needs within the neighborhood. Transportation networks should provide safe, convenient connections. The neighborhood should have amenities like parks, open space, and creek trails to provide greenery and access to natural resources. New development should be designed to reflect Livermore's unique character and to be compatible with existing uses. Also, based on feedback from the community, we identified several objectives for guiding design of the BART station and its immediate surroundings. These objectives are related to access, parking, traffic, security, and high-quality design. Based on these objectives, the vision, and community feedback, staff developed 3 alternative land use plans for the community to review. We then completed an additional outreach phase on the alternatives, including a community-wide workshop, stakeholder meetings, and an online survey. As shown here, Alternative 1 received the most votes through the survey. Staff presented to Planning Commission for recommendations and City Council for direction in February earlier this year. Staff has since developed a draft preferred plan that incorporates feedback on the alternatives. The preferred plan uses Alternative 1 as the basis for the land use and circulation diagrams, while integrating trail and park concepts from Alternative 2. As I will describe in detail next, we modified the land use plan to reduce scenic corridor impacts, and we prepared visual simulations to provide a conceptual representation of future development. Staff also ensured that new land uses would be compatible with adjacent uses. Based on City Council direction, staff worked on the top 5 items listed here, and we will be providing additional detail in the next phase of planning. Evaluating a potential increase in the affordable housing requirement needs to be completed as part of a comprehensive fiscal analysis, which staff will complete during the next phase. This is the land use diagram for Alternative 1. The purple indicates office uses, which would allow taller buildings than currently exist in the area. This land use diagram would require changes to the scenic corridor policy in the general plan. The policy effectively limits building heights along I-580 to preserve views of the ridgelines from the freeway. Development within 1,000-foot radius north of the Isabelle Avenue interchange is currently exempt from scenic corridor height limits. Alternative 1 would have expanded the exemption area to allow multi-story office developments along this 0.8 mile stretch of freeway. So it would also require an exemption area on the south side. So based on City Council direction, staff completed an analysis of scenic views and modified the land use plan to reduce impacts on the scenic corridor. I will describe the specific components of the preferred plan in more detail later on, but first I will walk through the steps we took to analyze the scenic corridor and modify the land use plan. First, we took photos and videos while traveling along the freeway, then documented these existing views of the hills on an aerial image of the planning area. The crosshatch areas show where existing features currently block views of the hills. So for example, a berm next to the freeway in this location blocks views. The Isabelle Avenue interchange blocks views along this stretch. And vegetation along the freeway and adjacent properties obscures views here. We did the same exercise while looking at a 90-degree angle. We looked at both angles because the scenic corridor policy is based on the 90-degree or perpendicular view, but the oblique or 45-degree angle represents more realistic travel conditions. Next, we combined the two graphics such that in the cross-hatched areas, hills are not visible from either angle. So, everywhere else, the hills are visible from 90 or 45 degrees or both. So in these areas. We also did this analysis for the south side, traveling eastbound and looking at 90 and 45 degrees. We then overlaid the cross-hatched triangles on the alternative 1 land use diagram. So based on this analysis, staff determined that the best existing views when traveling westbound include the stretches of west of the Sage project and west of Collier Canyon Road, outlined in blue here. On the south side, existing features obscure most views of the hills, leaving few good views to preserve along the stretch. So for the preferred plan, we modified the land use diagram to locate land use types with lower building heights in the locations with the good views, so where the blue outlines are. For example, around Collier Canyon Creek, the land uses were changed from office to business park, transition housing, and open space. The business park designation in pink has a lower building height than the office category, and new buildings would be similar to those existing in the planning area today. Development would be subject to the scenic corridor height limits in this area. Conversely, we focus more of the taller building types in the areas where views are currently blocked, shown with the pink triangles. So almost all of the vacant land in the planning area, with the exception of the Gandolfo property, is designated for urban development, and property owners can develop under existing business park and commercial designations. Compared to current height limits under existing regulations, the preferred plan would establish higher limits here, lower maximum building heights in this area, and similar limits in the remaining areas. So to implement the strategy of preserving hillside views, the preferred plan proposes several modifications to the scenic corridor policy. First, development in this blue area would be subject to building height limits rather than view angles, which will help preserve views at oblique angles and continue the approach taken for the Sage project by Shea Homes. In this location, the policy would be changed from a flat height limit to a view angle, which will better achieve the intent to preserve views of the ridgelines to the south. So the existing exemption area around the Isabelle Avenue interchange, shown here, would expand and shift to cover the development closest to the BART station. The proposed exemption area on the north side covers a slightly longer stretch of freeway than the existing exemption area, about 2,300 feet versus 2,000 feet. A new exemption area would cover the BART station parking structure and adjacent office and residential developments on the south side. The rest of the planning area would be subject to scenic corridor limits. So when compared to Alternative 1, the preferred plan greatly reduces the proposed exemption area on the north side. The proposed exemption areas take advantage of where the Isabelle Interchange and other features block views. These exemptions are necessary to address the key objectives of the plan, including maintaining the overall levels of development within the half-mile radius of the BART station. The city did receive letters from the property owner of this site out here requesting amendments to the applicable scenic corridor requirements, but staff is not recommending an exemption for the site. So next, Steve will walk through the visual simulations.
Good evening, Mayor Marchand and members of the City Council. I'm going to walk you through the actual visual simulations that we created based on your direction in February. We did, in order to do this, we needed to build a model of existing topography, existing features, existing buildings, and landscaping. And then we needed to incorporate the preferred plan as well as the Shea Sage development into that video simulation. And the buildings that you'll see in this simulation are simply example buildings that could go there, but by no means are they the final product. That any new development that would come through would, of course, have to be consistent with the design standards and guidelines of the future preferred plan, or the future Isabelle neighborhood plan, excuse me. So with that, I'm going to queue up Neil in the back here, and we're going to run you through the visual simulations. The first simulation will be traveling westbound on I-580, looking north at a 45-degree or oblique angle. And I will narrate through this first simulation to give you context where you're located. So now we're going westbound, again looking north at 45 degrees. We just went under the Portola overpass. And now we're looking at the Shea Sage development that you see being constructed out there today. And again, from a 45-degree angle, you can see the hills over the Shea Sage project as was approved by the council a couple years ago. The landscaping has not filled in yet, so that will be the future ultimate landscaping along the frontage. This is the area between Shea Sage and our project core area, and this will be the first office building in our core area. As we approach the interchange, you'll see the pedestrian overcrossing leading to the BART station in the median. And now much of your view is blocked by the Isabelle interchange itself. And now that's just the outer edge of the core, and now we're into the area where we're going to be consistent with our scenic corridor, the open space and the new housing beyond that open space. And we're transitioning into our existing business park up in the North Canyons Constitution area. And this represents the heavier landscaping along the freeway in front of Costco and those and the hotel businesses in that area. And now we're approaching the Airway Boulevard interchange. And now you'll see a view of the Chamberlain site that Lori mentioned. And now that's the end where the casino building is near Doolin Road. Next, we're going to look at westbound looking north again, but at 90 degrees, which is how our scenic corridor policies are based, on a 90-degree view angle. So this will be the same direction looking north at 90 degrees. Again, this is the Shea Sage development. And this is the area in between Shea Sage and our core area where we're going to have lower building heights to preserve views at oblique angles. And this is the start of our core area with the office buildings, the pedestrian bridge, and some office buildings behind, and now the Isabelle Interchange. This will be the western edge of our core, transitioning to the area that's still in our plan area, but will be consistent with the scenic corridor policies. Now we're approaching the Airway Boulevard interchange. We modeled a couple one-story commercial buildings on the Chamberlain site, and that's the western edge, and now we're at the end again near Doolin Road. There'll be there's 4 more animations. The next one will be looking north, but we'll be going eastbound on I-580, so you'll be looking across the freeway north, across a number of lanes of the freeway.
If I could just say, the folks that are in the back here on the right-hand side, you may want to move over. They're really pretty spectacular representations. I apologize. This building was built before there was technology. I think we had 35 millimeter slides when it was the best thing that we had. So it's one of the deficiencies of this facility. But if you guys wanted to move over, you get a better view of the video simulations.
So I want to note again, this will be going eastbound on I-580, but you'll be looking across freeway lanes to the north. And this is not the way we measure our scenic corridor policy today, but is information that we wanted to give to the council and the community. So this video will be starting just east of the Airway Boulevard interchange. And again, we're looking north. And that's the edge of the Chamberlain site with some one-story buildings modeled on it before we approach the Airway Boulevard overcrossing. This is at a 45-degree angle. So we're looking at the existing Constitution Costco Business Park area. And now we're approaching our core area. You'll see our first office buildings in the core area and our housing just to the west of that. As we come closer to the Isabelle Interchange, you'll see some other office buildings modeled, as well as a parking structure on the north side. And also, you'll see a BART station modeled here. We're now coming on the BART station. This is simply a placeholder design. The final design has not been approved for the BART station. And now you're looking at the Shea Sage development. And we're just about finished approaching the Portola overpass.
Stephen, what speeds are these again?
So these are about 60 miles an hour.
Okay, so Saturday morning, 4 a.m.
when traffic flows, yes.
But I mean, at the 90-degree almost, you know, I get a little car sick just looking at it here. I think of that as the kid in the back seat kind of out the car window, but yeah, go ahead, sorry.
That's all right. So now the next video, we'll be looking at the area south of I-580 and modeling the new development south of 580. So our first animation will be going eastbound on I-580 looking south at 45 degrees. And it will be starting just east of the Airway Boulevard interchange, going east. This represents the Airway Business Park area along Kitty Hawk. You'll see the Livermore Ford dealership right there as it goes to the picture, and a future dealership modeled for an example at the corner here. And now you're going under the Isabelle Avenue interchange. This is the pedestrian bridge going into the BART station in the median. And these are the existing trees. There's a fairly heavy tree canopy. And you'll see the new development popping out here. This is new housing proposed as part of the neighborhood plan, and the existing self-storage building along I-580. And we're going to skip forward because there's a long sound wall here. And we're now going under the Portola Avenue overcrossing and looking towards Livermore Avenue. The area that Lori mentioned that we're going to, that was on that video. It's sort of a very fleeting view, but it was just past the Portola Avenue overpass. It's an area that we're going to propose to use a view angle to preserve views of the hills. Right now it's a straight height limit in that area. It's near Portola and Marietta. So now we have two more animations left. This animation will be going the same direction, eastbound on I-580, looking south, but we'll be doing it at 90 degrees. Livermore forward again. The Isabelle interchange. And you'll see a quick view of the parking structure, the pedestrian bridge, and the new residential housing proposed as part of the Isabelle neighborhood plan, where the Gandolfo property is currently, and now the self-storage buildings. And we're going to skip forward again to get past the long sound wall. We're going to be going under Portola Avenue. And this is the site where we're going to propose to use a view angle now to allow residential development that will still preserve views of the hills to the south. And our last animation will be going westbound on I-580, looking south across the freeway lanes. And again, this is not a view that is regulated by the scenic corridor policies, but it's a view for informational purposes for you. This is Portola Avenue overcrossing, looking south again. We're skipping forward to get past the sound wall. Here's the self-storage facility. Here's the new housing proposed. And our large tree canopy and the pedestrian bridge with a little peek of the parking structure and now the BART station itself. And a quick view of the Airway Business Park. And to remind you, we're not proposing any significant land use changes in the Airway Business Park area. And so we're just about done with this video. Okay, if you can bring the PowerPoint back up when you have a chance, Neil. Thank you.
What kind of vehicle are you just driving in? How high off the ground are you?
So again, this was modeled to be very consistent with the scenic corridor policies. So this view is taken from 4 feet above the freeway deck, above the street, which is consistent with the scenic corridor. So we hired a consultant who does this for a living, and they actually went out and made a video and based the model on the video and the photos they took while they're out there. So it is taken at 4 feet above the freeway, and in the outside lane as it existed in 2008.
So is that a little car or an SUV?
It's a normal sedan. If you're sitting in a car, you're about, generally, an average person's about 4 feet above with their eyes.
Because Livermore should be a jacked up truck, right? That's our standard.
Okay, I'm going to transition into airport compatibility for a couple slides. So the city designated an airport protection area in 1991 to encourage noise-compatible land uses in the vicinity of Livermore Municipal Airport. Currently, no new residential development is allowed in the airport protection area, which you see in this slide in the purple. The preferred plan will require an exception to allow new residential development in the northeastern corner of the APA. The remainder of the APA will be unchanged. So we're asking for an exception in this corner. The rest of the APA will remain unchanged.
Okay, just to that's based on noise compatibility, not safety.
This will be based on locating residential development
Right,
here.
but the APA was put in place for noise compatibility, not safety.
That is correct.
Okay.
While the APA has been a useful tool for promoting compatibility over time, the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan adopted by the City and the County Airport Land Use Commission in 2012 reflects current aviation standards and updated information. All of the planned residential areas are located within Safety Zone 6, which allows new residential development, which is sort of the yellow color. That's Safety Zone 6, and all of our residential development is proposed within that safety zone. The draft preferred plan is consistent with the 2012 Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan. The preferred plan's residential areas are also outside the airport's projected year 2030 noise contours and are therefore compatible with airport noise standards. The freeway is and will continue to be the dominant noise source in this area. Project-specific conditions to further airport compatibility, such as deed disclosures, public information, and navigation easements, will continue to be evaluated during the development of the specific plan. The city has a growth management program to monitor development and implement the adopted growth rate, which is a range between 140 and 700 dwelling units per year. As part of the growth management program, the city completes a community infrastructure report every 3 years to ensure there is adequate public services to keep pace with new development, such as schools, police, fire, library, parks, and water supply. The Isabelle Neighborhood Plan will conform to the city's growth management program to ensure the city and other public agencies can adequately serve the plan area. Furthermore, based on recent discussions and preliminary analysis, the public agencies have said they have or will have the capacity to serve the neighborhood plan area as it builds out over the next 25 years. With that, I'm going to transition back to Lori.
So since the February City Council meeting, staff has completed additional public outreach. This includes an EIR scoping meeting and presentation to the Airport Commission in April, as well as public meetings on the draft preferred plan in June. Staff presented the draft preferred plan to the Planning Commission in July and August. The draft preferred plan has similar overall development levels as the alternatives. 4,290 new dwelling units and 8,900 net new jobs. Most of this would occur within the half-mile radius of the BART station. So for reference, at a rate of 200 dwelling units per year, it would take about 20 years to fully develop the residential component. The preferred plan uses the same color scheme for the land use diagram as the alternatives. Neighborhood serving retail uses are shown in red. And under the preferred plan, the main street is located with a north-south orientation and ends at a retail center on the west side of Isabelle Avenue. So we have identified this retail site as a potential location for a city-owned parking structure with shared parking opportunities. The plan also shows a pedestrian bridge over Isabelle Avenue connecting directly to the BART station pedestrian bridge. This would shorten the walking distance for much of the neighborhood. We'll continue to analyze the parking structure and pedestrian link in the next phase of planning, particularly the cost implications. With respect to the office uses, we changed the name of the Tech Hub from Alternative 1 to Innovation Hub to better reflect the goals of supporting a range of complementary businesses. We brought the hub in closer to the BART station, next to the main street, and overlapping with existing office buildings. These changes will help make new office development more viable. The preferred plan has 4 residential designations that would accommodate a range of attached housing types, including townhouses, garden apartments, and condominiums. Building heights would range from 2 to 6 stories depending on the category. The transition housing designations are located at the edge of the focus area to provide a sensitive transition with existing residential areas. Village housing is located adjacent to transition housing along the edges. The center housing type is located along the south side of Portola and on a couple blocks close to the BART station. And several blocks of core housing are located near the Main Street, BART station, and Innovation Hub, so along this stretch right here. Surrounding development consists of business parks, a single-family neighborhood down here, an apartment complex over here, mobile home communities, and condominiums and townhouses. Transition housing bounds most of these areas. So with building heights of 2 to 3 stories, development under the transition housing designation would be compatible in scale with adjacent uses. The preferred plan includes 3 neighborhood-serving parks, including one by Collier Canyon Creek, one along the Main Street, and one on the south side. The exact locations and sizes of these parks are still conceptual, and we are working with LARPD to identify where to provide active recreational facilities in the neighborhood. The preferred plan includes a network of bike lanes shown in yellow, bridges and undercrossings, and multi-use trails linking to the planned regional network. The darker green lines and orange crossings represent short-term improvements, while the lighter green lines and pink symbols show long-term improvements, as these will be more challenging or costly to implement. The pedestrian trail also utilizes the trail connections, and the preferred plan identifies where new crosswalks would be beneficial, shown in purple. Signature streets, shown in turquoise, would have enhanced streetscapes to define the main walking routes through the neighborhood and links to the BART station. The next phase of the planning process will build upon the framework established in the draft plan and will involve preparing the remaining details on these topics. The implementation and financing strategy will be a new chapter. The draft EIR, or Environmental Impact Report, will analyze the potential environmental effects of future development under the preferred plan and identify mitigation measures.
So with that, if we get your direction tonight to move forward, we will expect to bring you a draft specific plan and a draft environmental impact report by the end of this year or early in 2017. at which time it will be available for public review. And then sometime in spring of next year, we would expect City Council to consider adopting those plans and certifying the EIR. And again, BART is considering the extension project in late 2017. So all the work that we're doing here on the neighborhood plan actually feeds into their process. So with that, staff and the Planning Commission ask that you provide feedback on the draft preferred plan and the visual simulations that you've seen tonight, and direct staff to proceed with preparation of the full specific plan and draft environmental impact report with the preferred plan as the basis of the project description. That concludes our presentation. Staff's available to answer any questions.
Wow. Okay, any questions for staff at this point? Questions? Got to hand, those simulations are spectacular. I didn't know you could do that sort of stuff. That's very well done. Okay, with that, we have some cards for public input. I've got Doug Mann, Andrew Barker, Esther Ann Waltz. Mr. Mann.
Thank you for allowing me to speak again tonight. I'm going to read a couple sentences from the summary of the staff report. The city is leveraging this opportunity to comprehensively plan for future land uses and public improvements in the Isabelle neighborhood to create a complete and vibrant neighborhood. The Isabelle neighborhood plan would also satisfy requirements by BART and regional funding agencies for a station area plan. I'm concerned that the narrative on the impetus for rezoning this land from its current commercial status to residential has completely changed. I would like to remind you that the reason why we're talking about any of this rezoning is because MTC demanded it. We never asked for it. As commercial land, it actually provides a destination for people who live in the Central Valley to get off the freeway and go to work. As residential, it adds to the freeway. As residential with BART, that's the EIR process. That's where we figure out, okay, what is the sum total of transportation? I think as Livermore residents, we expect BART to free up some of the freeway, to take cars off the road. This whole thing seems to be proceeding in kind of a cavalier way that says, hey, we're building this plan, and it seems staff might have forgotten that we're not building this plan unless BART is approved and built. I expect that what you're seeing tonight looks very expensive to me. I don't know that they need to go to this level of planning in order to get MTC's buy-off on funding BART or BART's approval. And I know these things have to be thought through all the way, yes. It has to be a real plan, or it's, doesn't really justify to these people to bring BART here. But as I think more and more about this, again, if BART can't increase the frequency of trains, they can't remove any more people from the valley anyway. So what we're really doing here is creating 12,000 more residents, more traffic, and no way to get rid of it. BART has to commit to increasing the frequency of their trains before any of this starts to make any sense at all. So what I would like to see in future presentations especially is a nod toward this is a preliminary development and rezoning idea that will only take place if BART is built and BART is improved to be able to take more people out of the valley than it currently can. As I said earlier, whether we build 1 station or 5 stations, if the train frequency stays the same, the transportation out of the valley does not change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Andrew Barker, Esther Ann Waltz, John Stein.
Good evening, Council. I'd like to talk for a second about parking. One of the things that concerned me in this plan as I saw it was thoughts about a city-owned garage on the north side of the freeway. As I'm sure you know, parking is expensive. Parking in Livermore in a desirable area like this runs about $10,000 per space for a surface lot and something like $40,000 per space for a garage spot. To put that in perspective, if Mayor Marchand parks in a surface lot in a desirable part of Livermore, the parking space that his truck is in is worth more than his truck.
You got that right.
And it's even much worse if it's a garage or underground parking or something like this. Another sort of round number is that if you rented parking spaces in desirable parts of Livermore at market rate, they'd run probably about $500 a month. That's for a parking spot. This parking is expensive, and in Livermore, we typically don't pay for it. The city pays for it. My tax dollars pay for it. If you are talking about parking in a residential development, well, then I'll pay for it when I buy a house because it's bundled in with the price of the house and your parking requirements. If we're talking about parking in a commercial development, then it's bundled in the price of everything I buy. So I'm paying for this parking even when the person who's parking there isn't. We heard a little bit earlier today about Livermore's intention to make user pay for things. We heard about that in context of sewer, and I'd like to see that also in terms of parking. One of the things on the slides, one of your goals for this area was to provide ample parking for Livermore residents. Provide, that means that you're going to pay for it. That means I, as a taxpayer, am going to pay for it. Parking's not infrastructure like roads or sewer. It doesn't benefit other people. It's a private benefit. It benefits the person who parks there. They are perfectly capable of paying for it themselves. Another point I just made apply to parking anywhere, but this particular plan is all within a half mile of a train station. So parking is even less necessary and should be priced accordingly. When this plan first came up, your tagline for it was reducing traffic, connecting the region. We've already heard a little about the reducing traffic goal. If you really want to reduce traffic, you would not want to subsidize people to drive to the BART station and park there. So what I'm asking you to do tonight is please don't make me pay for parking next to a train station. And please direct staff when they make this plan that to be clear that the city will not subsidize parking in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barker. Esther Ann Waltz, John Stein, Doug Giffen.
Thank you. The slides were beautiful. I like the plan, but I would like for BART to start being able to lay their tracks and start building the BART station. Because, first of all, you gotta have it's easier to lay the tracks for BART before you build the buildings and stuff. And they have to deal with some of the existing buildings, like this self-storage lot that I saw on the slide. And I know some people would like to keep it all commercial, but I'm happy with some residents going in, just not quite so many single-family dwellings, a couple more high-density complexes, and then housing programs for those in need, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waltz. John Stein, Doug Giffen, and Robert Allen.
John Stein, 1334 Cathy Court. The MTC plan for Livermore seems to be to destroy much of the character, the economics, the city corridor, the airport, just to provide housing for workers in San Jose and Oakland. It's basically a disaster on so many levels: economic, environmental, transportation. It doesn't meet any of Livermore's needs. In regard to the specifics, In past analyses of scenic corridors, landscaping was not considered because it was considered temporary. The scenic corridor analysis doesn't analyze perhaps the most important question. What is Caltrans requirements for sound walls? We have a great example on the south side of the freeway already. Will we have 2 miles of sound walls on the north side? Also, the thing missing on the scenic corridor analysis is we have no images of what it looks like now. It looks a lot worse than I remember it driving down 580 2 days ago. It looks like we'll have to change much of our land use element of the general plan. The parks, it's not an integrated neighborhood. There's no school. The nearest school, Rancho, has room for maybe 150 students. They say it will generate 500. The nearest fire station that has equipment that can reach 6 or 7 story buildings is in Pleasanton. The park that they show next to the freeway is not one that LARPD recommends. The air pollution and noise would render it unhealthy to do any strenuous activity there. In regard to the airport, there's no analysis of peak noise levels. And the original airport protection area was also designed for the health, safety, and well-being of the population, although it was primarily driven by noise considerations. And you're putting population densities in the core of upwards of 250 people per acre, which is one of the things that the airport protection area wants you to avoid. My concern is I don't think this represents the will of the people of Livermore. And, 85% of the people were willing to have a BART station, but not at this cost. And finally, one question. All of the planners and consultants, where do they live? Do they live in high-density residential areas with condo canyons and minimal landscaping or green space? It would be interesting to know where they live. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Doug Giffen, Robert Allen, and John McPartland.
Good evening. I'm Doug Giffen with Chamberlain Associates, the owner of the 11-acre parcel at the northwest corner of 580 and Airway Boulevard. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment tonight.
Certainly.
Staff is proposing changes to the scenic corridor to take into account areas that are not visible due to topography and vegetation, and to take into account a more realistic oblique view angle. If council finds these changes acceptable, we request that the changes be applied to the entire neighborhood plan to provide an equitable policy and not to unnecessarily burden sites with scenic corridor policies that logically do not apply to them. You're planning for growth here. You've got policies to protect the hills that also prevent growth. In many cases, the views are already blocked, and the end result is you prevent growth without protecting views. An aerial of the neighborhood in your supplemental package shows this along with our site. You probably have this in front of you tonight. As you can see, a vast majority of our site is not visible using oblique views. It makes sense to address a scenic corridor for our site now, as to do it later would require an amendment to the Isabelle specific plan at that point. You've opened up a lot with the neighborhood plan, including zoning, specific plan, general plan, airport, and scenic corridor. You should make the plan area work comprehensively so that it doesn't need to be immediately amended. We ask the council to add an objective to the plan to implement the city's designation of the area as a priority development area by specifically encouraging and supporting infill development that would leverage the area's proximity to BART and other transportation infrastructure. Finally, we request the amount of general commercial space studied outside of the half-mile radius of BART be reflective of the FARs permitted in the plan. 240,000 square feet of space could be built without taking into account any redevelopment potential. And the current plan calls to study 189,000 square feet. This would allow projects to tier from the plan's CEQA analysis, which is one of the primary purposes of the plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Giffen. Robert Allen, John McPartland. Mr. Allen. You have intimate knowledge of BART?
Mr. Mayor, I hope that Bart will come here on my 100th birthday, which will be 10 years from now. In the meantime, I think that we need to have a better means of connecting Livermore with the existing BART rail system. And I would hope that LAVTA, of which the city is a part owner, will encourage the getting a direct shuttle bus between this Isabelle station and the BART rail line. It would be about 15 minutes to 20 minutes shorter than between any other park and ride, like the parking structure or downtown. And since we have two members of the city council who are on the BART board and are aware of what I was proposing, yes, thank you. I would surely like to see that you provide something for the interim until such time as BART rail comes, so that we will have better, quicker commute between Livermore and the Bay Area. Livermore BART commuters could save approximately 40 minutes per day over going the 10R or the 30R. It'd be about 40 minutes per day round trip, about 3 hours per week more that the people living that are BART commuters from Livermore could have to be at home. And that would be, I would urge the LAVTA people get this direct shuttle bus, which I call Able Commute. That's for Allen BART Livermore Express. I would also hope that as a part of your plan, you get a bicycle and pedestrian underpass under the freeway connecting the Sage development with the Airway Boulevard and with the park ride. But the main thing is to enlarge that park ride. It's got to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. And John McPartland.
I'd like to preface my remarks with simply saying that, Bob, you hang in there, because I want you to be in that first car and that first train with me.
Thank you.
All right? I've got a couple of preliminary remarks. I would like to remind everybody, as we started out, that originally we were going to end up just getting to Livermore, and the plan now is to get to Ace. And I would like to end up, I'm actually going to be the first one to be able to say this every time I get together with John Marchand, Mayor Marchand, in a public hearing, and now I get to say it first. No, BART is not going downtown. And the intent is that, as a matter of fact, the Altamont Regional Rail Working Group is going to be meeting on Wednesday with the potential of being able to put together JPA so that we can end up seeing to it that we do get extended 2As. Now, to answer, now let's get back to the subject at hand. There have been several questions that have been brought up in relationship to ridership and increased population on the train that would potentially add to traffic. And the whole intent here, by the way, is that with the new fleet that we are going to be getting, that will increase the number of train cars that we will be able to have, as well as the new train control system, we will be able to increase the ridership to the tune of 20 to 30% of what it is right now. When BART was first developed, it was about 20 years ahead of its time. Now it's 24 years in arrears. And the new train control system is going to be able to increase the frequency of those trains. As far as the work that has been done here, while BART is working on its project level EIR that is going to be finished in the spring, go out to public comment, and hopefully be voted on. I anticipate I don't see any problems right now in having that voted on before the end of this year, and then we will be working more in tandem. As far as the population increase that we're going to end up having with the plans that are being presented here, the whole idea behind transit-oriented development is to offer the population a more convenient alternative to use rapid transit, to have that population use BART so that they can end up keeping those cars parked in the driveway and use them on weekends to go to Tahoe, like the rest of us. I got up here, now that I've taken care of that, now I want to end up telling you what the heck I really think. I think that you have a Herculean staff that you should be very proud of, because they have done one hell of a job. And I am really proud of the fact that the staff of BART have had the opportunity to work with your staff. And while both Mayor Marchand and myself at times are frustrated with delays and things that seem to slow us down a little bit, I think about the fact that when BART got extended to Dublin and Pleasanton, things pretty much stopped 20 years ago. We've got them moving. And my frustration that I have as a BART director has got to be nothing compared to the folks from Livermore that have been paying for BART to Livermore since the late 60s.
Right.
So God bless, we're going to get it done.
All right.
And with the City of Livermore and with BART's partnership, and again, congratulations, Bob Vint.
Great. Thank you, Director McPartland. Okay, that's it for the cards. I'm going to close the comment period. It's 9 o'clock. We usually take a quick 5-minute break. You want to take a quick break and then come back and make comments? Okay. We're going to take about a 5-minute break. Be back here at 9:15. Thank you. Good evening and welcome back to part 2 of the September 12th meeting of the Livermore City Council. We just completed the public comment period on 6.01. And now we go back to comments and questions by the council. Councilmember Warner.
Yeah, sort of a comment and then maybe a request. First of all, I want to say is I would second the McPartland's comment that this is a great job. I think that it really is impressive. And I also want to mention that it was Vice Mayor Gary who looked at this and said that we should look at the scenic corridor. And I think as a result of rethinking this, we really have a much better plan. Never is perfect, but I do believe this is. I would support the recommendations, and I would go one step further in that I believe that this is some elements of this are very good that we should consider even if BART didn't come. I mean, there was one speaker who mentioned that it should only be built if BART comes, and that's where I was initially. But looking at this plan, I think there are some good thoughts here. So what I would request, and maybe you can answer the thing now, is what areas of this might you consider even if BART didn't come?
So I appreciate the kind words about staff on that. On the parts that might be built, clearly the product types that are most similar to what's actually out there in the field make some sense, but I think your suggestion to take a more comprehensive look at this as a part of our next steps makes a lot of sense, and staff can certainly do that as a part of our next steps here for all of the pieces of the puzzle, including infrastructure and parks and services.
Right, because it seems to me that there are areas around the periphery here that you would do it. This is something good to do independent of BART coming, and that you preserve the option, should it come, then to continue.
Vice Mayor Gary.
3 things. Compliments, again, to the staff and the planning team if the council would indulge, could we maybe have a scenic corridor conversation and then a more broader BART Transit Village conversation?
Planning on it.
Thanks, cool. Well, I want to thank staff actually for achieving a broad vision of doing a better job on the scenic corridor. I really like what we got back. We finally see some of the different angles and attributes. And if it so pleases my peers, not just including the Chamberlain property, and I don't know, staff, how you want this as part of this, in a motion in a few minutes or under matters initiated. But if the council as a whole likes the oblique angle and the modeling of actual scenic corridor impacts, positives and negatives, why can't we take that scenic corridor long? Not just the Chamberlain parcel and the other kind of wing appendage parcel in the larger planning area, but if we're going to use oblique angles and be more finesse in our scenic corridor planning for the transit village and the BART MTC requirements, isn't it fair to use on the rest of the parcels remaining to be developed in the scenic corridor? So I just kind of wanted to float that out there, and if you all want to comment on that or not, but I can now more strongly support, if BART comes, that's in a minute, the transit village and alternative one, because we've done a pretty good job of preserving what's there right now in terms of visual corridors.
Okay. Councilmember, well, you wanted to have the discussion on the scenic corridor, so since we're talking about that right now.
Okay, just a couple comments on that, and then a quick comment on the parking garage. But first off, I'll echo what everybody has had to say. You guys did an awesome job. And from where the initial plan came to the three plans to the community to this plan, it's just night and day different. And it just shows the talent we have. So thank you, thank you, thank you. But as you know, I'm not happy. I wasn't here when the scenic corridor was adopted, and I don't know why on earth somebody adopted a scenic corridor to the north leaving town with no idea of what it looks like when you enter Livermore. Right now, when you enter Livermore and you look north, you have a beautiful view. You see the hills, you see this and that. In this current plan, that's all obliterated in that whole area. And I think we have a little more room to do that might be easy. There's two little pieces that could be moved if you start looking at the other direction. Actually go to slide 18. I think. Oh. Back. Or maybe not. Keep going. Keep going. The hash marks. Back. Maybe we won't get there.
Forward.
I'm talking backwards as to the one that says alternative one. Yeah, close enough. All right. So the whole area that's hash marked to the far left up, that triangle, says it's not good views to preserve. But currently today, going the opposite direction, those are darn good views to preserve. And I would like to preserve those if we can. So if we're going to look at zoning and airport protection and the scenic corridor, I think we owe it to Livermore to make it look nice as we enter our town. As Councilmember Gary said, we should look at this whole planning area at once. I think that certainly is wise, but I think if we're going to do that, we need to look at it from the other direction. Because we have some opportunities in the purple area of the tech hub. If we lower the height just slightly to the left part, where in the animation you've got that whitish modern looking building, if that building was slightly shorter or pushed back, it wouldn't block the hill. There's a couple opportunities that can make that
viewpoint look a little bit better by doing the same kind of things you did to the south. And I know that that's not what our scenic corridor says, to look at the views from this direction, but in my humble opinion, it's more important to care about what Livermore looks like as you enter. And so I'm absolutely in favor of looking at the scenic corridor and the whole area, but I would like to add an addendum that we add on looking at the eastern north view as well. Because I was, like I said, as you guys know, I was not so happy when we saw the animations coming in the other direction. That would be my biggest thing. And the north, what's the rationale behind a parking garage on the north side?
Well, we've heard from a number of members of the community at our outreach events that we should have parking on both sides of the freeway to help disperse traffic. The other advantage of a city-owned garage, because of course the BART garage is planned at that location right there on the south side near, well, where the existing park and ride is. So the other advantage of a city-owned garage is we would control the operations, and we could, for instance, issue permits to Livermore residents who want to park there and not allow ultimate commuters if that were something we wanted to do.
But if we decided not to do that, then we could potentially move that building that I don't like and totally protect the view of the hills in the other angle, potentially.
We can certainly take another look at the land use
In
plan.
the other direction.
I would point out that garage you're talking about was located on the retail site here.
Right.
One of the other options we were looking at for that site was more open space in the form of a public plaza, which maybe still could fit there with the garage. We haven't quite got down to that level of detail.
Yeah. But if you could, like I was saying, if you could move those uses, I think there's, like I was saying, I just think there's really nice opportunity to protect the views in the other direction by wiggling things a little bit more in that area. But great job. Like I said, I am in support of what Vice Mayor Gary said about looking at the entire area. But if we do look at the entire area, I want to look at eastbound north as well.
Sure, I had a question for staff. If this moves forward, how does this affect our RENA numbers? So we have a certain number of units that we need to plan for in town to meet our RENA numbers. If we're suddenly planning additional units, do we, I don't know, and maybe that's not a discussion for tonight, but do we look at reducing our housing units elsewhere in town because now we've kind of shifted them over to this site? How does that work?
So your staff report includes information on essentially what staff is proposing, which is to not actually increase the number of units which are permitted under your current general plan, but to move the units from essentially the Greenville transit-oriented development area to the Isabelle transit-oriented development. And then when phase 2 gets approved to move forward to build BART to ACE, essentially we would take a look at the Greenville area in conjunction with that extension. So just like this one, we're looking at this land use in conjunction with this extension. We would do that next step. So it would not have a impact at this point on essentially our general plan build out. And the RENA numbers are generated independent to some extent of the remaining number of units in your general plan. In fact, sometimes it's the other way around. Your general plan has to ultimately adjust to deal with that, especially based on the job production that you have. So the short answer is it doesn't have an impact.
Okay, great. I wanted to make sure that was perfectly clear. In addition to, some people are under the impression that this is approved and within 4 to 5 years the entire thing is completely built out. And as was mentioned tonight, it's a 20-year plan. It's a long-term plan. So it is no net increase in housing in town, and it is over a longer period of time. That's two of the major issues that people bring up when I run into them and talk about this issue. I would like to get into more of a discussion about schools. I believe in the staff report somewhere there was a discussion about even if a school was built in the area, there may not be enough students generated within the project area to fill an entire school, a separate school. Plus there were funding issues and also issues with some of the land use sites. But I think next phase, that would be something that would be we should be sure to highlight. I agree with Mr. Mann, and if I know this isn't practical, but if I had it my way, you wouldn't see the first shovel hit the ground until you heard the BART whistle from the Isabelle station. So as soon as you hear the doot doot, then we start building. But I don't know if that's realistic. I assume it's not. But I would like a future discussion, maybe during the next phase, as to what assurances we have and what are the trigger points from BART if we go forward with this plan. Mr. Barker brought up the parking garage, and just through my own research and with one of the most recent parking garages built in the Tri-Valley, I believe there was a number quoted around $16,000 per space. Now that may have been because it was bid out and construction began during the economic downturn, but I hope that whatever parking garage we build there, I haven't heard of $40,000 a space. That sounds like a Cadillac garage. Maybe that's what they charge you after you have to repaint the garage because it was, not acceptable the first time. Had to do a little dig there. Here comes another dig. And when I'm looking at what we do with the scenic corridor, Shea, the exemption to the scenic corridor helped us avoid a massive amount of grading on that site and moving just many, many cubic yards of dirt off-site or around-site dust. But more importantly for me, that Shea exemption eliminated the sea of rooftops that you see on some of these developments as you're driving down 580. You just see this kind of endless view of rooftops that just doesn't look good. So the exemption there, I think, helped hide some of that and also reduce the grading. And, when you look at the corridor itself, I think we've done an excellent job with exemptions for the outlet mall. That turned out great. But then you look at some of the, just to the west of us, this berm, this giant, I don't even know how tall that is. Planners or engineers help me out. That Pleasanton berm that's hiding the senior housing. It's a berm with a wall. Because they couldn't build the berm big enough, so they put a wall on top of it. That is, I'm very proud of Livermore, everybody who's been involved, all the citizens. I'm new to this, so I can't take much credit. But we're avoiding those huge berms, and we're avoiding the 580, what I should call the 880 style signs. My daughter still thinks that there's a city called Fallon Gateway. She thinks it's Livermore, Fallon Gateway than Dublin because you have this monolithic sign. So I think we're doing an excellent job maintaining the corridor, and we're making sensible exemptions to the corridor. So with that said, I do think that we should look at the oblique angles. As I referred to it, the kids sitting in the back seat of the car. Anybody looking at a 90-degree angle that's sitting in the front seat, I hope they're not driving. That might be a valid view if we had all autonomous vehicles and you don't have to pay attention, but that's, many, many years into the future. Hopefully it's done safely then. But I think we do need to look at the oblique angles. One of the things that I'd like to mention, I believe ACE had a study. Now, I'm not 100% sure on this, and I'll have to double check, but their rail expansion study indicated that once the connection between BART and ACE is created, that is almost an instant 600,000 riders extra a year on their system connecting to BART itself, let alone whoever else is riding it right now jumping on BART. So I think we need to keep the long-term views in mind. I think that the plan currently as it sits right now is ready for the next phase. This is kind of a draft of a draft, so we're going into the draft phase. And I also want to mention that National Night Out, I was in the neighborhood just to the north there. Good Views to Preserve is kind of blocking it. We have a lot of residents that live there right now. And I asked every single person that I could bend an ear, what do you feel about the current plan? And just a great job by staff working with the residents. They said at first they weren't too sure, but they feel like they've been listened to and that it's really coming along. I think the retail in the area is a great addition. It gives them a sense of neighborhood, someplace that they can shop, although you can buy a $1.50 hot dog at Costco. That probably gets old pretty quick. But having an actual retail core, I think, is essential to this plan and providing services to existing residents in the neighborhood. So I hear people's concerns. I can't wait until we're in the actual draft phase, and then we can have larger public discussions at the council level, and we can hear more input from the residents, and hopefully then address any concerns and and just make sure that we're doing the best job that we can, which I think we're definitely on track for. Thank you.
Okay.
Were you done? Bob?
I got a couple comments.
Do you want to just do scenic, or that kind of didn't happen? So I'd like to make the rest of my general comments.
Okay, certainly.
Hearing what I just heard, starting again with scenic, I would hope that one or more of us could shape a motion to bring the scenic corridor issues back as a separate item in the whole planning area, and perhaps within the city limits, given what we've learned and the improved technologies, including the eastbound as well as the westbound. With regards to the whole plan, I echo many of the positive comments up here, but I also have, from my individual listening perspective, a huge reservation. But not for BART. This plan at this density would not exist, in my humble opinion. We would be talking about some neighborhood retail, single, story and a half uses for the low-rise, mid-rise apartment buildings up there. There'd be no monolithic garages. There'd be no large multi-block pedestrian, probably retail areas. It's the urbanization and a change in the general plan in that area. So I don't know how we do it. I've been asking staff since I ran 5 years ago. I never promised that we would do more than pursue BART on the freeway and find out what the pain points were going to be. And at some point, the community price for BART to satisfy the regional funding entities may be an intensification of use that this community ultimately rejects. So my hope would be, as we go into specific planning, that we continue to identify with BART how there has to be a quid pro quo here. And Livermore's got to understand, if you want BART more than the density, we can have BART at this density. But if you don't want the density, at some point we have to back away from BART. Because BART and the regional funding entities are going to insist this level of improvement. And it is out of character for Livermore. And my analogy is the urban growth boundary line, and now this and future councils, until build-out, will continue to have constructive tension discussions about infill development. Why? Because it was easier to vote for the urban growth boundary line than to sit there neighborhood by neighborhood and accept mid-density development. And now that it's happening, everybody wants it in somebody else's neighborhood. So these are complex issues, and the way we get there is by doing a comprehensive plan and having a multi-step community listening engagement. And just from my catbird seat, we're not done. This is the next great step. We need to get into specific planning. We need to get into the EIR analysis and continue to keep the community co-informed. And I don't think any of us, if probably because of term limits, would ever be up here by time BART maybe finally and the feds fund it. I mean, it's a long siege effort. So with that, I would certainly support a motion to continue with the planning effort. Maybe we ought to deal with that first and then come back in a separate item to the scenic corridor.
Okay, let me just weigh in here a little bit with my comments. This is one of the things, having a good memory is both a blessing and a curse, because I've been through a lot of this. And by the way, it was 800,000 cubic yards that was not dug out of the hillside for Shea. And by the way, the Shea development was that was entitled when nobody was on this council. That was 11 years ago. That was entitled, as I recall. Yeah. So none of us were up here when that was entitled. Just that once that was entitled, and they originally put in the plan to dig almost 1 million cubic yards out of the hillside, the economy went south, and then it never happened. So then it finally came back, and somebody had a great idea about how to lessen the visual impact of that development, and certainly lessen the environmental impact of digging out 800,000 cubic yards. But again, 2002, we passed the urban growth boundary. I was part of that effort, collecting signatures and making that all work. That was 2002. In 2004, I was on the general plan review, and we were talking about what this whole community was going to look like. And we understood that by passing the urban growth boundary, we were going to grow within the community and not continue the standard urban sprawl model of greenfield development. So the idea was that in 2004, they were thinking it was probably going to be the maximum population of the city of Livermore was going to top end at about 95,000 people. And the discussion from the general plan review was that when BART came in, at those transit hubs where it came in, we would add density, and the population of Livermore would top end at about 105,000 people. And I'm kind of working the numbers right now. It's like, dang, we're awfully close to that. That when all of this, if in fact this all does come together, we're going to be right about where we said we were going to be 12 years ago. Only this is going to be 25 years in the future when all these pieces come together. I thought, planning works. You know, it's just from somebody this is a foreign concept for me when I first got into this. I'm amazed that all this stuff actually does work. And that's why I have tremendous faith in the staff here, because you guys understand this, and you obviously you can visualize this and make it accessible to everybody to see. The comments about that this doesn't have anything that Livermore needs. On the contrary, I know a lot of people that would love to live in this community. They'd love to be able to get to where they need to be without having to get into their cars. That they would have a walkable community, and that they would be able to walk to work. What a concept, that you would have businesses, jobs, a tech park, and an area that would be attractive for young tech type people to live. So they may not need to get into their cars to go to work. Or if they did, we would have full trains going in both directions. Full trains coming out here to the laboratories, full trains going out. So again, both of those components would be removing traffic from the roadways. So I think it has a great deal to offer. The combination of the jobs and the residential. So, but again, echoing the comments that we heard, this is when BART comes out here. This is a 25-year plan. So we've got plenty of time for when BART adopts the mode of transportation and the location in 2017. We got plenty of time. Once they adopt the plan, adopt the mode and the right of way, then we've got and what the construction is 8 years. I think it was the 8-year plan once they start construction, something like that. 3 years. Oh, okay. So we've got another couple of years of EIR work, and then 3 years of construction. So once that first shovel goes into the ground, we got plenty of time to move this plan. So I absolutely agree that we're planning for BART to come out here, and that's this plan for BART to come out here. And that's something that it provides something that we want, but it's a requirement. This plan does not move unless there's a commitment from BART to come out here. And that's something that I've maintained for years, and that goes back to the general plan review back in 2004. So I think, again, I applaud staff for doing a tremendous job, and I would also entertain a motion for the next steps. So any other comments at this point?
The one comment I would make that started off with is that as I look at that area at the moment, I don't, it was originally planned a while ago. So I don't think it's actually good looking at the moment. Frankly, I mean, we've got a little of this and a little of that. And so what I saw in this plan was some really pretty good thinking, especially about preserving the views and what should Livermore be about. So that's why I recommended that we think about this pretty carefully in that there are some very good elements here that I think are independent of whether BART comes out, especially at the periphery, and that we would, based on what you said earlier about planning works, I don't think that what we currently have in that area was well planned, frankly. It just kind of happened. I think we have an opportunity here to do what you said, and that is plan it well. So I think that, so I agree that we should think about the scenic corridor and the views in both directions, think about the 45-degree, and what does the area really look like as we enter. But right now, it's, I don't know, it's okay, but it's not as good as it could be, so I think we want to think about it. So I wouldn't just leave it with the kind of planning we've had so far, because I'm concerned we'll just get more of what we have, and that's less than great. So I support the recommendation as suggested here, and so I'll make that motion. If somebody wants to modify it, that's fine. But I think that I am interested in getting more information in the future about the scenic corridor, and in particular, I'd like to know. Let's think about planning this area more carefully and better, independent of BART.
I'll second that motion.
Vice Mayor, you had in addition to that as well.
Let's deal with it separately.
Okay.
Do you want anything on the scenic corridor, City Attorney, separate?
That'd be the preferred course. If you make a motion on the project before you, the other item would be to add something to a future agenda, which is essentially just advancing your discussion for matters initiated.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes unanimously.
So I'd like to move that we bring the scenic corridor oblique angle discussion, as well as the floor area, the FAR analysis to parcels outside of the half-mile station circle. And let's come up with some uniform recommendations from staff that could range to just the planning area, scenic corridor. They might step back with the new tools and say, we want to update the scenic corridor ordinance, city limits to city limits. I think this council's in a unique position to maybe take the scenic corridor to the next level of sophistication and more really visualizing and improving the scenic viewshed. So that would be my motion, is we just have staff listen to all of us tonight and bring us something back as a separate agenda item.
I'll second it.
Okay, second motion made by Vice Mayor Gary, seconded by Councilmember Warner. Staff clear on that, the motion?
As we understand the motion, it is to examine the scenic corridor, bring an item back with some options for the council to consider, provide direction to us for us to go off and perhaps ultimately change our scenic corridor policies after council reviews a couple of different options.
Okay. Councilmember Turner?
And just to add on to that direction, obviously include visuals with the BART train currently in the middle of the freeway so that we get that visual, because it might be, in some areas, a moot point if it's blocking the view anyway.
Okay. And, never mind.
Oh.
Vote. No. I have a separate thing.
Oh, okay. Okay, so motion second. Any other discussion on the motion? Clear on that? Okay. Okay. All in
And
favor,
just to clarify, we heard oblique angles, and then the other concept that had been brought up but wasn't specific in this motion is ultimately perhaps consider essentially the oblique angles in the other direction, for example, like you saw tonight. Very good.
All directions. Use of the new thinking.
Very good.
And limit to limit.
Yeah, because really, back in the day, what they did is they had two guys running up along the hills with a 4x8 sheet of plywood to calculate what the angle was. So technology has come a long way.
All right, Mr. Vin. Limit to limit versus just the area north of the freeway that we're currently looking at. So basically from Limit to Isabelle. cost, time, and all that, is there a significant difference between those two ideals? And if so, we might consider narrowing it down a little bit. I'm curious.
So what we can do is bring you some numbers, because the city attorney just kicked me that you just transitioned over the top of, hey, I've got a great idea for you to go do something. Now you're starting to evaluate alternatives. So what I heard is, hey, I'd like to know how much that would cost, both in time and money, to take these various different steps. We'll bring that back.
Correct.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Passes unanimously.
One last, what I think, at the chair's indulgence request, I was staring at this photo and just forgot to mention. Could you go to slide 2, please, of the PowerPoint deck? And this was reflective of the comment about sound walls and Caltrans, and somebody else up here just a minute ago, Stephen or Lorraine, said sound walls.
Oh, the tail tracks?
Well, we went over something that, at least to me, is pretty damn important, and it's not. I'll wait till it gets there.
It's the PowerPoint you're looking for, right?
Slide 2 in the PowerPoint, right below the orientation map. Next slide.
Tail tracks.
1, 2. It's probably slide 4. Excuse me.
Those are
yeah.
Those are the animations, Neil.
PowerPoint.
There we go.
One more. Stop. This ought to cause everybody to take a deep breath and say, again, what's the impact of BART to Livermore? And without prejudicing maybe what BART's studies are, it's also coming to realize on all of us that it's not just a train station at a dead end. It's a train station with supplemental rail to store a whole lot of cars either at night or during slack daytime hours. And in addition to sound walls, we could be looking at parked cars parallel to the freeway. We could also be violating to some degree the urban growth boundary with train yards over in a hill and a dale in our open space areas. So as staff continues to do the specific planning and visualizations, next time we see stuff, could we incorporate sound walls? Could we incorporate what some of the train stacking might look like? And let's continue to inform the community that this is far more than what you see in Pleasanton today, because if BART wants end-of-the-line services and never totally extends, they really need a mini maintenance yard. They just don't want to park 10 cars at night. That's just my request to staff, that can we keep sound walls and this stuff as part of the planning scenic conversation? That's all. Okay. Just full disclosure of what we're getting into.
The other piece of that is, and you've touched on it, is that the other partner in this is BART itself, and there'll be visual simulations with the actual extension that'll include visual simulations of, how do you get to these storage areas, what those storage areas look like. All of that is part of BART's environmental work, and they're, as you know, they're just several months behind us because it has to be that way, because this is an input to their process.
And they may well drop some of these, and it's not fair tonight to say good, bad, or indifferent other than just Livermore. We've got these other issues to also deal with this whole rail alignment planning.
Just only to add to that, I think there is also a difference between need and want in some of these. I know they have to study everything environmentally, but we can get into that later. I don't want to.
And didn't we hear they were going to put all this stuff out at Greenville anyway?
Okay. Any further comments? Are we done with this? Okay, moving on to 6.02. This is a discussion and direction regarding regulatory options for the delivery of medicinal cannabis.
So as planning staff begins to exit the room on that particular item, good evening. Jason Alcala, your city attorney. Just to put this matter in context, what we're considering this evening, as you'll recall, this past April, we presented to the City Council, presented to you, a comprehensive analysis of the various rules and regulations and laws governing the regulation of cannabis in the state of California. For this conversation today, the context was there are two Controlled Substances Act. One is state, one is federal. We have the Compassionate Use Act, which created an exception to prosecution for medicinal marijuana under certain circumstances, which was expanded upon by the Medical Marijuana Program Act. Most recently, the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act, otherwise known as MRSA, was adopted, and is what we're dealing with right now. At this time, the state is continuing to develop regulations to implement that. We received information as recently as this week. The Department of Food and Agriculture is currently going through a scoping for its EAR for its regulations that it's required and tasked to perform under MRSA, as well as the League of California Cities circulated about 2:30 this afternoon an analysis of the Parker Initiative, which is the last item on this list. That initiative is Prop 64 on your ballot in November. It's also known as the ACUMA, which is the UMA, Adult Use of Marijuana Act. So we'll review a little bit of that today. Now, it's important to understand what the direction was from Council. Back in April, you directed us to provide additional information on examples of opportunities for safe access for Livermore residents through delivery service options. The context of that discussion at that time was what our city regulations are. We did not have a prohibition against delivery of medicinal cannabis to qualified patients, and the other group here, primary caregivers in Livermore, from dispensaries that are outside the city. So basically deliveries originating from a licensed dispensary in another jurisdiction to qualified patients or primary givers here in Livermore. Now, what are we talking about when we mean dispensaries? Dispensaries, any facility where medicinal cannabis is offered for retail sale. That's how it's defined in MRSA. Deliveries are currently only authorized from licensed dispensaries. Again, it's a dual system under MRSA. An operator or dispensary deliverer would need a license both from the state as well as one from the city. If the Park Initiative were to pass, this would slightly differ. Right now, under MRSA, deliveries are only authorized by licensed dispensaries. The Park Initiative preserves much of MRSA and the regulations, including the dual licensing between state and federal, between state and local for a dispensary. The difference being deliveries are allowed for micro businesses and other facilities as well. Under Parker, that's correct. What are the existing regulatory delivery regulations as we know them right now under MRSA? A delivery personnel must carry a copy of the dispenser's current license, their identification, and the delivery request, basically the order. And qualified patients and primary givers must also have their order on hand as well. So it's a two-key system, delivering and then we know the recipient. The Bureau of Medical Marijuana Regulation, actually that's changed its name. It was Bummer. It's now the Bureau of Medical Cannabis Regulation. So they saw their error, their acronym ways, and they've now fixed that. So they're working on that. And the other regulation is local as established locally.
Somebody tried on that.
Now, one of the things we need to recognize relative to this legislation and these rules, the state licensing is not currently in place. So if we were to allow delivery on a local level, it's incumbent upon that local agency to take on the enforcement of those state regulations at this point, because the state doesn't have a licensing, has no authority. So even though a dispensary is required by MRSA to now comply with its regulations and its provisions, there's no enforcement from the state. What are some of the regulations we have in MRSA relative to delivery? There's a number of them. Most importantly, we have some packaging and labeling requirements, calling it a Schedule I controlled substance, keep out of reach of children. So that currently exists in the current legislation. Continues on. List of pharmacology, that's being developed still by the state, by the Department of Public Health. That has not been established yet, but that's part of their regulations. But these are what a delivery would require to have on the medicinal marijuana if it's being delivered. What are current regulations here in Livermore? Right now, dispensaries are prohibited. Mobile dispensaries are prohibited. Cultivation is prohibited if it's commercial. Cultivation by qualified patients and their primary caregivers is not. That's authorized. So if you wanted to grow it themselves, they can do that. Our ordinance, store-to-door delivery, is not addressed. So right now, we are aware we've had people come before you as a city council during public comment and indicate that they are delivering to patients here in Livermore. Right now, resources are not being allocated to enforce our ordinances against those particular individuals. The police department will come across individuals at given times. They will, during a routine stop, may encounter somebody who will assert that they are delivering under the primary caregiver. In those limited situations, the first contact is, are they acting within the MMPA, MRSA, and the CUA? If they are, they go on their merry way. If they're not, then just as the case that was provided by Mr. Rangel in the supplemental materials on the federal law, which is if you're complying with the state's regulations, there's no prosecution. If you step out, you're not complying, there is that potential. The direction for us today, again, is to return with examples of regulations. In your materials, you have several ordinances from several agencies. Put those in context. Those ordinances before you from Petaluma, Gustine, Emeryville, and Goleta are situations where the cities themselves prohibit commercial medicinal cannabis activities within their jurisdictions, but they still nevertheless allow the delivery of medicinal cannabis from facilities outside their jurisdiction. And it varies from agency to agency. In the ordinances you have in the packet, going from the least amount of regulations to the most comprehensive. Again, the council's goal being in a situation to ensure safe delivery. Gustine's ordinance of the 4 that you see before you is the least restrictive, and it has the least amount of oversight and regulation. Essentially, that ordinance only requires a business license and otherwise allows deliveries of medicinal cannabis from dispensaries outside their jurisdiction to private residences, or only private residences, and it only refers to MRSA in the definition of what is a delivery. There's no additional regulations. Petaluma is a little more comprehensive. It requires the dispensaries that's delivering within their jurisdiction to comply with state law. It also sets some limit amounts on there. It does not allow a delivery individual to have more than 1 pound of marijuana in their vehicle at any one time. That's a large number. If the Adult Use of Marijuana Act were to pass, that city would have to go back and adjust its ordinance. The IUMA only allows 28.5 grams, not a full pound. Petaluma's ordinance also regulates the deliverers and says they have to be at least 18 years old. As we'll see in Emeryville and Goleta, they have a similar limitation, but it's 21 years old, which again is consistent with IUMA. In that one, they say that if you're to deliver, you have to be at least 21. So if that passes, Petaluma would need to amend their ordinance. The next level is Emeryville. Emeryville requires both a local permit and imposes delivery conditions so they have operational conditions on the delivery. It does piggyback MRSA and implements most of the regulations. It has an application and a permit for screening. They do background checks on the delivery and the dispensary to make sure that the people are not involved in criminal activity. They impose conditions upon operations, such as, again, complying with all laws of the state. Emeryville goes to one next level, which is deliveries are limited between the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. So we know it's during daylight hours. Deliverers must be 21 years old. It also limits the amount to be carried. It limits the amounts based upon the MMPA, which are 8 ounces of dried or equivalent marijuana. Emeryville requires the delivery vehicles to be registered and allows delivery to both businesses and residences. So you can get a flavor of what types of regulations are out there. Again, similar to MRSA, Emeryville requires the delivery companies to carry their orders with them. So if they are stopped and they have to produce that order for the police department or whoever stops them to justify that they are carrying this, they are within the limits, and they do have a legitimate reason for delivering the marijuana. Emeryville also has insurance requirements to help protect the citizens as these people are delivering. Goleta is probably the most comprehensive of the ordinances before you. It regulates both through an application and a screening and does have operation conditions. That ordinance requires both the dispensary as well as the driver to be licensed. So the screening of both those individuals, not only the dispensary, but also the employees delivering the medicinal marijuana from the facility to the patients or primary caregivers. Also requires the vehicles to have sticker identifications. That's uncertain what that is, whether it be a large sticker or small sticker. I'm assuming it'll be subtle. Something similar to your old vehicle license of those who used to have their cars checked by the state of California for vehicle safety, something similar to that. They do limit the amount of marijuana that can be delivered as well at any particular transportation to 28.5 grams, which would be consistent with the Adult Use of Marijuana Act if that were to pass, and does establish a number of operating conditions similar to Emeryville, but it goes to the next level and actually imposes controlled substance and alcohol testing programs upon the dispensary and requires deliverers to be drug tested at least once a year. So other factors to consider as a city council when you're evaluating whether to allow delivery of medicinal marijuana from facilities outside to inside. The absence of delivery regulation has not affected Livermore's enforceability of our ordinance today. Other cities in the Tri-Valley prohibit all commercial medicinal cannabis activities, including delivery. So if it were to come, it would be somewhere probably to the west of us. State licensing regulations are still being developed and are not expected to be available until late 2017. So they're not applicable on the state level yet, but you can incorporate them locally. And again, if approved in November, the Parker Initiative would have a certain amount of effects upon this ordinance if it were to be taken into account. Again, as we saw, Petaluma would have to amend their ordinance. And if the Parker Initiative follows what happened in Colorado and in Washington, there's a significant amount of overlap between the two regulatory schemes, both the recreational and the medicinal. For example, Washington, they're dealing with edibles, how to deal with those particular regulations, rather than going through the adult use component for recreational that followed the medicinal rules, because those are more comprehensive. So what we have before us this evening, there's a series of questions that we were seeking direction to based upon your guidance back in April. The primary question is, does the council want to entertain an ordinance today to prohibit or allow the delivery of medicinal cannabis originating from dispensaries outside Livermore to qualified patients and primary givers in Livermore? Or you also have the opportunity to continue to monitor the regulatory landscape, provide additional information when it becomes available. Obviously, the election's in approximately 60 days. We'll have some more insight at that point. The regulations are undergoing their processes now. We do have the notice that came in from, I said, the Department of Food and Agriculture, so they're beginning that process. We don't know what those regulations ultimately look like. We just have the outline of what that. If the goal and the direction is to come back with a regulation to allow medicinal cannabis deliveries in this context, our next question we be seeking direction on is whether to adopt a screening or operating regulations or require a permit. Our last dialogue in April, one of the items we were discussing is how to balance the desire to have safety, make sure we know who's operating within our city, make sure they're complying with MRSA and the various regulations, but also balancing that with administrative costs and expediency and what level of review we'd undergo. It's a lot of information. I do apologize. This is a very complicated area. I was trying to cheer off what we provided back in April, which was very comprehensive, and also identifying that we are in an evolving situation. This is a continuing conversation. We are making progress incrementally throughout the state, but it is steady progress and it is progress. A question will be asked and answered in November, and the state is currently working on regulations. With that, if there's anything I can provide as far as additional guidance or information as far as the other ordinances, I'm available for any questions, as is staff on their side. The other item we had from April is to come back with guidance for you on a particular zone, which was not an ordinance per se, but if the city were to entertain allowing dispensaries in Livermore, what would be the most appropriate zone to locate those? And planning staff is currently working on that and will return as you directed prior to the end of the year. With that, I'm available for questions.
Any questions at this point? Questions? Yes. Councilmember Turner.
That you may not be able to answer, but do you have any idea on average how many ounces per week or whatever a typical cannabis patient might use?
I don't.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll.
If any speakers out there, when you speak, can drop some numbers like that. What I'm getting at is I'm concerned about the distance from here to a permitted dispensary and how many trips per day it's going to be if they can only carry so much.
I'm thinking that it's going to be multiple trips to serve the roughly 2,000 patients we have in Livermore. So that's what I'm getting at. So if anybody has that kind of a statistic, I would appreciate hearing it.
And that's a great question because it deals with the trips per day in your vehicle, which is something we're obviously concerned about with greenhouse gases. We do need to be cognizant of what the limits are for carrying that exists in the law right now, which is a 28.5 grams in the proposed Parker initiative and the 8 grams per qualified patient or primary caregiver. So that would be the limits we're looking at right now. But it would be good information. Correct. So that's the balances we're trying to strike with the current regulations and what we have before us today.
Okay, very good. Any other questions? Okay, I've got a number of cards here. Ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. We have Scott Verity, Nicole D., and it says Nancy Saltzman. You've already spoken on this. Oh. Okay, I allowed you to speak during the citizens forum in case you needed to leave earlier, because we allow everybody 3 minutes to speak on the subject. But we'll go ahead and take the Scott Vandy, Nicole D., Nancy Saltzman.
Thank you for allowing me to speak in front of you folks. I've never done this before. I've lived in the city for over 30 years.
Speaking in the microphone,
For
please.
over 30 years, I've lived in this community. Always been very supportive. I'm a retired law enforcement officer. Always supported the laws of this state to their utmost. My integrity was never tarnished. In 2010, I realized and found out from the doctor that, that better? I had a terminal condition. After the steroids, the narcotics that I was given was doing no good. It wasn't helping. In about 2000, after suffering and fighting with it for a couple of years, I had a friend of mine who introduced me to CBDs, which is a derivative of marijuana and part of the plant, which is for pain. It's about the only thing that's kept me going. I have a beautiful family that I love dearly. And you know, folks, we've talked a lot about money here tonight, about sewer issues, about BART. This is going to happen this year. The vote's going to come, and then we're all going to stand back and say, what do we do? Livermore has always been an innovative city. We've always been ahead of everyone. Look at our downtown. Every other town wants a downtown like us. We have the best city, as far as I'm concerned, in the state of California. We're forefront on recycling. We're forefront on everything. We're behind the times on this, folks. Okay, it's coming in November. It's going to happen. Can I quote from our Lieutenant Governor, Gavin Newsom? Today, the largest coalition ever formed to support marijuana reform has filed the signatures to qualify the most thoughtful marijuana policy in the nation, with the strictest child protection and billions in revenue for important programs such as public safety. I'm a firm believer that marijuana should be used such as alcohol is. I'm a firm believer that it should not be around our schools, and I'm a firm believer it shouldn't be around our kids. But I'm also a firm believer that it has medicinal purposes that can help people. It's helped me. And if we can't have a dispensary in this town, it's going to affect a lot of people. There's some great businesses out there, delivery service. I use one called Floral Element. They're fantastic. They're a legitimate business. They check your card every time they come to your house. They make sure they get you in their program. They make sure they're doing everything by the law. And if it wasn't for them, I'd have to drive to Oakland, go to Oaksterdam, which is dangerous, as we all know. Not a great place to go. So I've got 10 seconds left. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Verity. Nicole D., Nancy Saltzman, Ian Andrew.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Just to give you a little bit of background, cannabis is comprised of about 100 cannabinoids. One of them, the most prevalent, is THC. That's the psychoactive element. Along with that, they found a non-psychoactive cousin called CBD. CBD is very fantastic for pain management, anti-spasm, anti-tumoral, anti-anxiety, the list goes on. I myself have been a cannabis user for 15 years or so now. It allows me to manage my pain daily without having to take prescription drugs, which I was having horrible side effects with. On top of which, I have a friend who's 34. She's beautiful. She has 2 beautiful children, and she's been diagnosed recently with stage 4 breast cancer, which unfortunately went to her spine and her brain, and she's dying. Her husband is not able to leave the house to go to a dispensary every few days or so to get her the medication that she needs. That's why we need delivery services. He still has to watch their children. He has to watch his wife die. But this doesn't have to be that way. When she doesn't have access to the medication, she has to be taken to the hospital by an ambulance because that's how bad her pain is. So I ask you and I urge you to please consider allowing deliveries from outside. If you don't want to have dispensaries in this city, I completely understand. I urge you to go to other cities. San Jose has a really good program in place that you might want to check out and visit their collectives to see how they operate. The city has found a way to regulate it, to make money off it, and to work with the dispensaries. They are not trying to work against you. They want very much to work with you. Safe access is important to so many people. Cancer sucks. It gets you at any age. You can be 70, you could be 34, you could be 5. Please allow access for this for people who can't get out of this city on a daily basis to get the medication that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Saltzman, Ian Andrew, and Lynette Shaw.
Hello again, committee and staff. Nancy Saltzman on K Street. And I think there's a misconception about marijuana use. It's not like we're rolling joints and getting wasted and eating dumb food. And a lot of the cannabis products, I don't smoke. I don't smoke any of them. I use them topically or orally. They're very effective. It's allowed me to give up 5 prescription drugs that had very severe side effects. And it's a very useful drug for treating PSTD, and a lot of our vets are really struggling with that. And there's a lot of suicide among the vets. If they were allowed easy access to medical marijuana, we might be burying fewer vets from suicide. And I don't know if any of you all have ever been to urgent care on a Saturday or Sunday night at 4 o'clock and waited 2 hours, and they go, oh, you've got a staph infection, a urinary infection, and oh, I'm sorry, the pharmacists are closed until tomorrow morning. And you're in pain, you're uncomfortable, you've got an infectious condition, and the pharmacies aren't available. So to limit the amount of time that dispensaries are allowed to dispense a product that's very useful and often is immediately needed is unconscionable. And I think that you really need to reconsider the availability of it, unlike all, or not unlike, but like all other medications, when it's needed, it's needed. You don't want to wait for tomorrow or next week. And the delivery people I've dealt with and the dispensaries I've dealt with have been entirely professional, experts, very knowledgeable, and I'm not getting high on this medication. What I'm getting is a life that's as pain-free as possible, and that's very different after being in pain for 11 months. Constant, nonstop, 24/7. It also allows us not to have to use opioids, which are highly addictive, dangerous. There's a lot of ODs related to opioids, and now the DEA has become involved in controlling opioids. Many doctors have opted out at prescribing, but most of my physicians say medical marijuana is really a good solution. And I really want everyone to investigate as much as possible and to recommend it to your friends and family that are suffering from terminal diseases or chronic pain. That's about all I have to say, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Saltzman. Ian Andrew, Lynette Shaw, Coleman Stychik.
Forgive me, I got my notes here. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Ian Andrew. I'm a Livermore resident, and I've been a medical cannabis patient since 2003. I first off would like to thank you for considering bringing safer access to the city. I feel like it's due time, and it's really appreciated. A number of my family members, friends have noticed this need for local access in the area. Whether it be a mental or physical disability, there are many people in this area who cannot make it out of their house or the area, especially for monetary reasons as well. It just can't afford it. This is something, my mom is a member and a volunteer at the Veterans Association here in town. Something she speaks to a lot of people about, something they are very passionate about in pursuing as well. She and others have found the medical benefits of cannabis are equal to pharmaceutical grade medicines, minus the harsh effects to the body, which is very important. I think a lot of people are looking for that these days, an alternative relief. It's very clear, the writing's on the wall, and I'd love to see this young and thriving community that I consider myself a part of to take the next steps to retain local control. I commend you for that. Something I wasn't really going to talk about, the taxation issue. I feel like the city tax is something that can alleviate a lot of problems, having to manage and oversee these regulations. I somewhat disagree with the out of city that kind of eliminates any option for city tax or gaining anything from the city for it. That's my personal humble opinion. Again, I really want to thank you guys for your time and consideration, and thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Lynette Shaw, Coleman Stachik, and Robert Common.
Good evening, council, staff. My name is Lynette Shaw. I invented the licensed dispensary system, the first such in the nation, in 1997. All subsequent licensed dispensaries were based upon my pioneer work. I would like you to know that in the 16 years that we were open, we had no incidents where we had to call the police, nor were there any incidents with any youth. We had 84 business conditions to comply with. We were audited twice a year. We always passed all our audits and set the bar much higher than it has to be now because we had to prove a point. That medical marijuana is real, it's very important. It's critical to many patients that have no other relief. I'm now working with the Veterans Cannabis Group because it is the most critical and underserved and important patient population. There's one correction I would like to say to your city attorney, that the OMA restricts the 28.5 grams for recreational, but does not touch the medical rights. This is very important. I'm now in support of Proposition 64 because it does not interfere with Prop 215, of which I was also part of the development committee for in 1995. I would like to offer my insight and services to your town because I do have more experience than anyone else in the nation. I also, the basis of the Ninth Circuit decision that was passed out to everyone was based upon the Shaw decision, my last name. We beat the feds after 18 years, proving that we had states' rights and that also the law of Congress changed, the Rohrabacher-Farr Amendment. But we won after 100 hearings to have the right to sell medical marijuana at a nonprofit rate to medical patients under state law, and we were always in perfect compliance. I was commended by the federal judge for my perfect compliance for 15 years because we can. A dispensary is a blessing to the area. We got rid of the black market dealers. We're number 3 in sales tax to the town. We had great relief and great satisfaction from Health and Human Services, law enforcement, the DA, the local police, the patients, and the families. So a dispensary is something you should consider. And I would like to help if necessary. I think I have a lot of insight on this and a lot of experience, actually the most experienced in the nation. I've worked very hard, and I'm happy to be back now. The federal government came in and interfered with my business, but we just beat them, and I can get to reopen. And they're not coming. You don't have to worry about the federal interference anymore. This is something my case was solid on, and also they took the Shaw decision case law up to the Ninth Circuit and was the basis of the recent decision on August 16th that stopped the prosecutions of 10 cases And we all woke up in the Ninth Circuit free from the DEA on August 16th, thanks to the Shaw decision, which I'm very proud of. I'm very proud of my pioneer work. I'm very proud to be the godmother of all dispensaries. And I have some cards here, actually, from myself and from Aaron Augustus, my veteran partner, who will speak with you shortly about veterans. But I'd like to give this to you and please feel free to contact me.
Okay, you hand those to the staff. Thank you. Coleman Stachek, Robert Kamen, Aaron Augustus.
Okay, all right.
A little closer.
Okay, all right, very well.
You did. Good.
All right, thank you. You mentioned that there are about 2,000 patients, and we've already heard a number of impassioned arguments from people who benefited from this. Just simply count me among them. One of the veterans hurt while parachuting, actually, and it's helped me restore quality of life and a level of function that I simply haven't had since before then. We've talked a little bit about, I guess, going into the mechanics of what's at issue tonight. Prohibit or continue allowance. Allowance is home delivery is the status quo. I don't really see the great downside to it, but we have a great number of people who benefit. So allow is the clear decision to me. Within that, what sort of things, what sort of context do we want if we continue to allow? The number of trips seems to be dependent on the the quantity, but also the distance. Time of regulation or time of delivery is one of those things that can be burdensome to you as a patient still employed. A narrow window like that can make it difficult to be gainfully employed and still seek treatment. So I'd request against that, please. And one of the other things is perhaps the distance from the trip origination from these dispensaries can play in. And it's also an opportunity to provide extra economic activity here. And it's one of those things that you don't necessarily think of because here in Livermore it's prohibited, but in some of our neighbor communities it's not. And some of the employees of these places, I also use Floral Element, they're members of the community just as much as I am. I see them downtown where I live all the time, spending money that right now I'm putting it into that business. It comes back and it's respent a great number of times here, downtown. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stachek. Robert Kamen, Aaron Augustus, Anthony Rangel.
Thank you for your attention for just a moment of your time. I'm a resident of Livermore for 40 years. I'm a veteran of the Navy, and I'm a grandfather. I got 4 grandchildren that would make it very hard for me to see and visit with right now. Have it not been for miracle marijuana. I have to carry a friend around with me, and I can't smoke it and get high like some people do, but I don't care to do that. It's all medical. If I were to take medicines, it would be hazardous to my kidney and to my pancreas. So I wish you would consider the delivery system in Livermore here. It would make it easier for me. I've been to Hayward. I've been to Oakland. Some of those places, I want to be armed when I go there. I just hope that you will set up and allow me to give my medicine here in town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kamen. Aaron Augustus, Anthony Rangel, and Amber Snidebush.
Hello, my name is Aaron Augustus. I served in the United States military for 5.5 years, and I went to Iraq in 2003. When I got back from Iraq, I had overwhelming waves of emotion from my experience that I was not able to let out while being a sergeant in command over there. And when I did not have medical cannabis, the emotions were very strong and uncontrollable. And I use cannabis for my combat-related PTSD. And I highly recommend that you allow access within your city limits by delivery service, and not necessarily from outside of the city, but from within the city limits. One, you can collect taxes on that as well. And then two, I wanted to address your concern about consumption rates per patient. I myself use cannabis in pretty much all of its different forms: topicals, edibles, smoking, concentrates. And I would say that probably the average person that might have PTSD or something along those lines would be around maybe an ounce a week. But on top of that, I like to use edibles in the evening times, as those have a little delayed effect of kicking in, and it helps you sleep throughout the night and just gives you more comprehensive, relaxing sleep. I would say that also, if you look around the country, what is going on with the veterans and the DEA and the FDA, the FDA has been, or the DEA has granted or licensed a study by the FDA for veterans and cannabis and PTSD in Phoenix, Arizona, and Baltimore, Maryland. And the study is to figure out whether or not cannabis helps with PTSD. Well, we already know that as combat veterans, and I'm glad that the country is taking a look at that and the DEA is authorizing that. And one thing that I think is also important, which kind of gets into the stigma of the THC versus CBD component, and saying a lot about the CBD is medicinal, but when you have PTSD or psychological ailment that you're dealing with, you want the psychoactive effects. When you have PTSD and your mind is running and you're thinking about things that have happened, or you're not in the present state, and you use cannabis for the psychoactive effects, it helps bring you down and relax you, and actually allows you to maybe look at the sky or calm yourself down in a manner that I'm not talking about the CBDs. So we have to distinguish psychological medical ailments and physical ailments. And there's two distinctions there, and the plant helps for both of them. So thank you very much for your time. And also, if you have any questions for me or veterans, I am the co-founder with Lynette Shaw for the Veterans Cannabis Group, and we do advocate education, resources, networking, and support group for veterans. I don't say that cannabis is your only medical option. You need to get counseling, physical exercise, and you need to be a well-rounded person. So thank you very much.
Mr. Custis, thank you for your comments. Thank you for your service. Okay, it's 10:30. I need to poll the council. Keep going? Okay, I sort of assumed that, but
what do you mean by keep going?
By keep going, we vote to go to 11 o'clock.
Okay, and then
we reconsider.
And then reconsider, yeah, sure.
All right, but I think we're on a roll here. So okay,
starting to burn.
Anthony Rangel, Amber Smidebush, Michael Brown.
Hello, council. Hello, staff. As all of you know, really this is for the people at home. Unlike a lot of operators and collectives around the state of California, I want people to know exactly who we are and exactly who I am. My name is Anthony. I am the founder and president of Nature's Remedy Collective. I am also the founder and chapter president of the Bay Area Grow for Vets, which is the IRS nationally recognized 501c19 nonprofit organization that provides free cannabis to veterans. I diverge, I apologize. There's a couple things I'd like to state. Article 25, Section 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights reads, everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and his family, including food, clothing, housing, most importantly, medical care. I believe one of the most important roles of leadership in any community is upholding this basic human liberty. If this council's continued stance regarding access to medical cannabis in Livermore was found adequate, we wouldn't be standing here today. If the proposal to only allow organizations and businesses that are located outside of our jurisdiction was found adequate, I would have been standing up here by myself. That is obviously not the case. Because people in small cities care about each other. We care that there are residents in Livermore that are dying from cancer, that there are brave men and women who fought to preserve our freedoms are being denied access to an alternative to many dangerous and addictive prescription drugs. We care that the lack of sensible regulation does nothing more than allow illicit entities to grow. Organizations that may claim to care about the city residents, but in actuality care more about creating profits. In the past year, Nature's Remedy Collective has strived to be an asset to not only the residents of the city, but also the city itself. We have fed over 300 residents in Alameda County, most of whom are homeless. We have scrubbed more than 100 pieces of graffiti off the streets of Livermore. We have collected more than 30 contractor bags of garbage off of the Livermore streets and parks. And most of all, we have attempted to create the local regulations that would not only allow us to provide, us and others, I apologize, to provide safe access to medical cannabis for those who are in need, but also to further help our city and residents thrive by creating more funding for our schools, community services, the fire department, the police department, and the city governments to enable them to be the shining stars this city deserves. The residents of this city deserve safe, local access to medical cannabis from an organization that upholds the standards of this community, that helps to ensure the prosperity of its residents, and who wants absolutely no part in operating to profit off the sick and the weak. This city deserves Nature's Remedy Collective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rangel. Amber Smidebush, Michael Brown, Adam Pine.
Hi, good evening. I had written something that I absolutely can't even say now because everybody's already said what I've said. So I'm basically just going to come to you guys as a patient, first and foremost. So you guys have pretty much heard my story last time I was here. I was diagnosed with cancer when I was 21 years old. As of October of 2014, I was told that I had 90 days to live. After I had abandoned my doctors at Kaiser, who simply just wanted to make me comfortable for the rest of my life, I decided to change my diet, change my lifestyle, and go and get involved with medical cannabis, which essentially saved my life. I understand what you guys are trying to do, and I appreciate that you are willing to at least consider delivery for the patients here in town. But I don't think it's right that you want this to come from a place outside of our own city. You should want your residents and the Tri-Valley patients to have somewhere safe locally that if they have questions, they can come to and they can ask for clarification. I did my own personal research before this. I called quite a few different delivery services who would service Livermore, and I asked them a simple question like, I'm on a nerve medication, and I plan on going off of it. What products would you recommend to help me in this transition? I was hung up on pretty much every single person I called. Nobody wanted to spend the time to help me learn how to use the medicine, and that is why you need somewhere local with people who care about patients and health to help these people. I have met personally dozens of people who say that if we wouldn't have given them the education that they were requesting, they would be lost. We have people like that spoke earlier that are off of all of their prescription drugs. I was on over 25 pills a day in October of 2014, and after my last detox last week, I'm officially off of all prescription medications. It is really, really important that we are able to provide this stuff for our patients, for the elderly, for the middle age, for the young people. I'm not even 30 years old, and I had to look at my life and decide that I wasn't going to be able to live. I mean, how many other people, you said about 2,000 patients in Livermore, how many other people could be living a better life if they had better education on how cannabis could help them? And I really strongly encourage you guys to consider this, because I know that you're talking about, you don't want to talk about taxes, you mentioned. And you know what? I don't think we should tax the patients. That's absolutely wrong. But if the city needs to recuperate taxes, you tax the dispensaries. They're the ones who should be paying for it, not the patients. And don't allow them to push it on to the patients. The right group of people with the right mindset can do great things for this movement, for the patients, and for your city, and I just urge you, please consider to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smidbush. Michael Brown, Adam Pine.
Good evening. Good evening. I was born and raised in Livermore, and I've never lived anywhere else. And I remember a couple years ago they had a dispensary open near where I think they're planning on building the BART station, actually right near there. And I guess they weren't complying with all the laws, but anyways, they got shut down. And then after that, a lot more delivery services started coming up. And I just think that it's obvious that it's helping people. I mean, I know tons of people, and I know personally my uncle's wife, her father he's very elderly, probably like in his late 90s. He has to have her take him all the way out to Oakland, or probably San Jose is a little bit closer, but anyways, really, really far distance to get something that just actually helps him to live, basically. And if he didn't have the cannabis, he probably would have been dead actually a few years ago, because he would have been on, like many people said before me, a lot of prescription drugs that don't really work. They kind of just delay the inevitable, you know, and then they give you horrible side effects on top of that. So, so I just want to let the council know that cannabis, like many people said before me as well, isn't just to like get high with. It's something that should be like made legally. Like, it's been too long already. I mean, there's plenty of other states that have taken a lot more action than we have, and supposedly we should be in the front running for stuff, but it doesn't seem like it right now, at least with the cannabis thing. So I want to at least put it out there, and hopefully we actually like start doing some things instead of just talking about them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Adam Pine.
Good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor Marchand. My name is Adam Pine, and I operate the medical cannabis delivery service, the Floral Element, Inc. The Floral Element is a Compassionate Use Act and Medical Marijuana Program Act compliant farm-to-patient delivery service. Although not located within city limits, Livermore is one of our target areas of service. First off, I would like to applaud the Council and the City of Livermore for giving this issue the attention and the discussion time it requires. I've seen firsthand the benefits this medicine can have, and I assure you the time taken to get this right is a worthwhile endeavor. In the interest of time, the following are just a few of my opinions why I don't believe a standalone delivery service to be the optimal model used to serve patients of the area. Obviously, if it was to be the only model, I would say it's better than nothing. In my experience, due to the mainstreaming of medical cannabis, the incidence of completely new patients are on the rise. These are people who have zero prior experience with cannabis and up until recently may never have considered cannabis as a viable medicine for their ailments. These patients require sometimes lengthy discussion, anywhere from 15 minutes to a full hour, on the best practices for utilizing cannabis as a therapy. The delivery model based on schedules and time frames fails these patients the most. That is to say, it is almost impossible to maintain a delivery schedule with the possible time discrepancies of 15 minutes to a full hour of necessary discussion time. Regulating delivery from outside dispensaries implies that access to medical cannabis will be based on the willingness of those dispensaries to in fact deliver to the City of Livermore. Imposing regulations on those deliveries, although warranted, may further discourage licensed dispensaries from taking on the added liability of delivering to Livermore. This is especially considering that other local cities have banned delivery altogether. This would mean that these dispensaries that would be coming into Livermore would be coming all the way into the Tri-Valley just to service Livermore patients. Although this is certainly possible, I don't believe that it's all that likely. Defaulting to outside dispensaries keeps local Tri-Valley entrepreneurs out of the medical cannabis industry. The emerging California Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act stipulates that if one wishes to apply for the new commercial medical marijuana licenses, that you must first obtain local authorization before your application will be processed at the state level. Defaulting to outside dispensaries eliminates the need for Livermore to issue any local authorization due to the fact that the city would only be allowing previously licensed dispensaries to deliver. This will effectively bar any local businesses from being able to successfully apply for state licenses, beginning the extinction of local delivery businesses as new regulations take over. In my opinion, the dispensary model gives patients the safest access to medical cannabis and the city the best point from which to conduct oversight and regulation of medical cannabis products and services. To sum up, I will say that delivery is extremely important for those that may not be able to make it to a dispensary. However, is better represented as a component to the dispensary model rather than a standalone option for medical cannabis access. Thank you very much for your time. I very much appreciate it.
Mr. Pine, if you wouldn't mind, I have just a couple questions.
Sure.
Okay, I'm a chemist. I'm not a doctor.
Sure.
But I had some training. But when you're talking about an hour-long consultation with one of the patients,
Sure.
What sort of training, credentialing, certification? What is available for you to provide an hour consultation?
Well, truly, it's about just walking the patient through the various options and the various methods for using cannabis. I mean,
Right. So how do you learn those?
So I've been in the industry for the better part of 8 years, and I've just been around it for long enough that I have a pretty healthy knowledge of what works, what doesn't, what's available, what might be effective for various ailments and whatnot. And so I personally try to take care of most of the patients that require that kind of discussion. But it is very difficult to find someone that can actually do that and sit down with someone and explain that, because there really isn't a great institution that teaches that kind of stuff at this point. I mean, there have been, there was Oaksterdam schools for a while that kind of taught a little bit of knowledge about medical cannabis and the various methodologies to administer and the options that were available. But mostly I feel like it's an experience thing. You have someone who has worked in this industry for long enough that they just are aware of the treatment options and what the best practices are. I wish I could say there was a better institution for that kind of learning. I don't believe there is currently. I'm sure you'll probably start seeing those kind of things as we progress into the future, with medical cannabis being more accepted by the mainstream medicine and that kind of stuff. But currently I'm not aware of anything where you could go learn about all this kind of stuff and then kind of go in and talk to someone without having the experience.
One more reason to get off of Schedule 1, right?
Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, we got to be able to research this stuff, obviously.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate your
Thank you very
comments.
much.
Thank you.
And to cancel Woman Turner's question about how much might be necessary for someone to use on a weekly basis, ounces, it's highly variable. You might have someone that might use 2 ounces a week. You might have someone that can make an ounce last the whole month. You might have someone that uses extracts exclusively, which is concentrated cannabis or edibles or something like that. It's very, very difficult to say. But it's also very likely that you might have 2 or 3 patients that require an ounce a week. Therefore, if they call on the same day, it requires multiple trips, or they've got to get it on a different day, or you have to have multiple drivers. All this adds expense, and it unfortunately is a product of expenses and overhead that influence prices and that kind of thing. We want to keep things reasonable for people. So that's just something to think about. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pine. Okay, I'm going to close the public comment period. On to comments.
Why is everyone looking at me?
Well, you're the medical professional. You've got...
I'm the medical professional, and I'm probably going to make some people really angry right
I'd give
now.
you the first shot at it.
Adam, stand up. Meet my pharmacist.
Ah.
All right, I am a patient of Adam's. First time I've mentioned it in public. I probably just screwed up my re-election, but whatever. You guys are so brave. Thank you for being here. And yes, I've been a patient of his for 18 months, and thank God for Adam. His training is on the job. My physician, when she recommended cannabis for me, said, go to the Floral Express, they'll explain it to you. She spent 5 minutes with me, he spent an hour. When things weren't working, he spent another half an hour, and then another half an hour, and then you spent another hour with me. And my symptoms are gone. I sleep, I'm pain-free. Thank you very much. You may sit down now. I am a nurse. I've been around the block a couple times. My first medical marijuana patient that I took care of was in 1994, a man who was 6 foot plus who weighed under 100 pounds. I have seen this drug save countless lives, and for the ones that can't save, ease people out of this planet comfortably, safely, in their homes, surrounded with love with their family. This medication allows that to happen. I am very disappointed that we are even looking at this tonight. When I was vice mayor, so it's probably, 2 years ago, I asked that we look at regulations around dispensaries, and we're still not looking at them. And we're looking at regulating delivery even more when that's all that the patients of Livermore have right now. So I absolutely do not support regulating delivery at all. I do not support putting a sticker on the delivery drivers' cars. They carry a lot of cash because they have to make many deliveries back and forth to Oakland, Sunol, Fremont, and wherever that they go, because we don't allow growing in dispensaries in our town. As a council, we say we want local control, yet we keep kicking this decision down the road. We need to put our mouths, I can't even talk now. Our money where our mouth is. And we have to do what's right for our community. What's right for our community is not to say, hey, delivery drivers, make 20 trips to Oakland every day to bring product into here. What's right for Livermore, in my humble opinion, is to have safe, small, local dispensaries that serve the community of Livermore and the surrounding areas that don't want to have it. I don't want to serve Oakland and all that, but just Livermore. We've got some excellent, wonderful people here. We've seen excellent testimony on why this works. I didn't see a bunch of high potheads. That's not what you see in the medicinal cannabis industry. You do see veterans healing from PTSD, and I've actually seen the research, and they're extending the study, and the results, as you guys know, are phenomenal, and hopefully the FDA comes around really soon, although the VA is fighting them right now. You know that. This medication works. We've heard testimony on it for over 20 years. It's time for us to come into this century. This community is so progressive on so many things and so backwards on this one issue. We embrace the wine country. We embrace all these other wonderful things. We embrace humanity and care for our patients. I want to do it in a way that our chief of police is happy with, to make his job okay to do. I want to keep children safe. I want to use you and use the Shaw rules and all that kind of stuff. We've got a model that works. I'm tired of talking about what we don't want to talk about. I want to talk about legalizing dispensaries in Livermore. So I guess that's matters to be initiated, but it's been 2 years, 3 years that I've been bringing this up, and I'm getting tired about not getting where we need to be. I want this council to at least be able to vote on it, and if I'm not in the majority, cool. But if I am, thank goodness for the folks in Livermore. So that's all I have to say about that.
Councilor Spadowski.
You're gonna make me follow that.
Sure.
I will.
Wow. I'm just gonna lower my chair until I'm below the dais here. Anyway.
I can follow you down.
Yeah. Well, it's turning into a merry-go-round.
We're gonna do the
here.
wave, huh?
That's why it's approaching 11, and I think we need to talk about that. But anyway, the reason why we're here with this particular issue and talking about deliveries, the last time this issue was brought up, we realized we didn't have any regulations, and people were saying they wanted regulations to ensure that deliveries were safe. I thought that was the primary reason, but after reading ordinances of other cities, I can see possibly adopting some of the aspects of some of the ordinances, but if we are currently not experiencing problems with deliveries, then I am not in favor of adding yet more regulation. In particular, in 60 days, we don't know what the landscape is going to look like. So at this point, I can't really recommend that we include any additional regulations for delivery. Again, it was based on comments, I believe, at the last council meeting where we discussed this. In terms of the dispensaries, I would be open to the discussion. And I'm sorry, it seems like kicking that can even further down the road, but I am open to discussing anything and everything that are of interest and benefits to the residents of Livermore. I would, though, after seeing some models and kicking it around, I don't know if I would necessarily use the plural form. I would, recommend that if we do discuss and look at any kind of dispensary, I think we should at least just look at the one and how we can regulate it in some of the rules, because I mentioned this before. They operate in all cash, and that's a problem. And I hope that gets solved at a higher level than us. I am not interested in making money off of this. Taxing, that could be something separate. I know this came up, and I'm just not interested in the model of, hey, let's tax the living heck out of this and start reaping benefits off of it, because, at least from what I understand from Colorado, is a lot of the for-profits recreation are converting back to medical because of some of the taxes. And it's just, I don't think that we should ever try to benefit off of items that clearly benefit other people. So I'd be open to the discussion about the dispensary, but I think we are so close. I mean, that's part of the can was okay, we know this is coming in 2016. We know something's going to happen. How do we prepare ourselves for local control? How do we not become the only source in the Tri-Valley? I think that's a shame. I think other cities should be at least having this discussion and opening it up. But I'm open to that discussion, and I think that we're going to get some answers pretty darn quick. But I'm not in favor of. I think I'm in favor of no direction tonight, so not regulating it even further. So thank you,
Vice Mayor.
Ditto and here. It's kind of sad to say we asked for the research, the can rolled down the road, and we get to this point, however many weeks to the election. It's like we don't have a delivery regulation issue. So silence on delivery right now is the best thing. By the time we wrote new rules and got in the way and had a first and second reading, we're past election day. So I think you'll hear probably collectively a whole bunch of us say, don't get in the way of delivery. What little bit we've got going is working, and the chief's not out looking to over-enforce people complying with the current state framework. So I'll add my voice. I think we can lead. We're a large enough city with diverse enough zoning to have a limited dispensing conversation. So I'm going to choose my words carefully. We know there's legalities in zoning and restricting sensitive businesses in terms of quantity. I don't know if it's one. It's, in my mind, a very small number. I'd like a model ordinance back for conversation as soon as is practical. Certainly no later than, well, our meetings are so far ahead. We're damn near into October in terms of meeting schedule, but second meeting in November, maybe at the latest, maybe first meeting in November. And my vision is, and excuse me to the experts in the audience if I'm just blowing something that smoke's the wrong metaphor, but firemen say that a lot, so I'll use my firefighter lingo. My vision would be a local business or pair of businesses, and I'm going to steal the term farm to table and call it farm to patient. I'm not interested in an insensitive store number 50 of big medical something that Livermore is just another cash register. I'd like to see some small business people who live here, near here, take care of the people here. Those patients know how it's cultivated. It's dispensed with training and all the best practices we've heard. And we don't need to go into the big marijuana business. I'm not interested in over-permitting it. I agree. I'm not interested in taxing. If State Franchise Tax Board says it's sales taxable, then I'm sorry, patients, you got to pay the sales tax. For anything other than the direct cost of permitting and proven hard city costs under the California code guidance for permits and fees, I don't want to make money off somebody else's pain. I want to help them. And I think a lot of us up here, we wouldn't be serving as elected officials if we didn't want to help. So what's it take to bring a limited dispensary conversation back that we can sink our teeth into, repeat the same testimony that we've heard 3 or 4 times now, and let's show the Tri-Valley how it can be done.
Councilmember Warner?
So I don't really have too much more to add to the conversation so far that's been occurred both from the audience and the council members. I'll stick with the say first of all, thank you for the information. I think that the process we've gone through over the past period of time has prepared us for when the state does clarify something in a few weeks. So I think we're on track there. We have a few weeks. Let's see what happens. And with respect to the particular direction tonight, I'll go with wait until monitor and see what happens in a few weeks, and then we'll pick it up. And when the items get on the agenda, that's when I'll start adding my comments.
Councilmember Turner, I certainly appreciate your passion on this subject. We've talked about this a number of times, and I certainly appreciate your comments tonight and your input. This, I agree with my colleagues. The landscape in the state is going to change probably dramatically in the next few weeks. I see no point in spending a lot of staff time trying to gaze into a crystal ball and figure out what exactly the state's going to do. The state hasn't finalized their regulations, and we certainly have to operate under their guidelines. This is why I think that we need to get it off Schedule 1. I was really disappointed when the feds punted on that one recently, that they didn't take it off Schedule 1, because why do you have a single delivery system for one class of narcotics, one class of drugs? We have pharmacies. I mean, I can go down to a pharmacy and buy opioids, I can buy amphetamines, I can buy anything. Why you have a specific dispensary model for one class of drugs, to me, makes no sense. We've already got a delivery system. They're pharmacies. So I think that for me, that would be the best model to use, because then you can have people that are trained in school on how the different cannabinoids and programs work, the efficacies of different delivery systems. So that's the way I think we need to ultimately go. We've got a system now in place where people can get deliveries, they can get them safe deliveries. This is going to change probably, as we've talked about, in a couple of weeks or a couple of months. So I don't recommend doing anything until we get better indication from the state. We've got a system where people can get safe access. There's no other city in the Tri-Valley that allows even the cultivation, let alone dispensaries. At your suggestion, we are now looking at zoning on what zoning for a dispensary would look like. So I agree with my some of the colleagues that have spoken before that let's wait and see what the state rules come out, and then we can move in the correct direction. So I don't believe at this point we need a motion, because it's just keep on what we're doing.
I'm not sure, though, because I think I heard a majority of the council ask for dispensaries to come back to us.
And I think that research,
or should that be?
I think that research on zoning and local regulation, state changes aside, can proceed in parallel. And where you're going to know, whatever it is, first Tuesday in November, the broad leaning of the electorate, you might bring us something the second meeting in November that with zoning, and you might have to caveat something and say, oh, by the way, give us 60 days before implementation because the state bureau is going to do something. But why can't you proceed with the zoning regulatory siting research and get us something definitive back in more than just a loose timeline?
So you're I'm trying to clarify, not create policy from down here. But your staff basically has the staff work under its belt so that essentially in the October timeframe, which you noted like is right now as far as agendas are considered, we'll be back to you sort of with the zoning options, like where would you place one of these? The next question, I think you touched on it, which is, the actual details of your dispensary ordinance, we'd rather have informed by state law. That would make it easier. We can give it a shot, but I think honestly that would mean in reality, if you're sort of talking about an early November, that's a December kind of a discussion. even in a preliminary framework. Remember, for half a month you have stuff after we write it. It takes a while, and we're not trying to be slow about this. But 2 steps I think we could provide you in October about where dispensaries might be located, keeping essentially the dispensary away from sensitive receptors, but still having it inside the city limits. And then the second is the mechanics or perhaps beginnings of a bullet point of regulation, not an actual ordinance for consideration at that point later in the year. And if that is something somebody wants to put into direction or give a motion, your staff would be able to pull that off.
Sure. We have sufficient direction. I think we had a number of heads nodding here. So direction to come back with where the zoning would be for something like that, and then come back later with some of the bullet points on an ordinance.
So it's sufficient direction for you to come back in October with zoning language and preliminary language sometime in December, depending on what happens with the state,
yes.
Knowing that might be delayed beyond that if the state changes are significant.
And to be clear, the zoning was zoning locations.
Uh-huh.
Essentially, if we got head nodding at that particular point, we'd go off and write your ordinance to actually implement that. But if you all said, oh, not there, over here, we sort of want to get some general direction from you all on the zoning location issue before we bring an ordinance back. But yes, the October and then before the end of the year, the 2-step process.
All right. That's sufficient?
You can only get those prescriptions filled that you mentioned by a handwritten prescription. That does not apply to marijuana.
Well, prescription authority is federal. It's a medical marijuana recommendation.
For the drugs that you mentioned, you need a handwritten prescription. It's only good for 30 days.
That is correct.
And it's not applicable to medical marijuana.
I understand that, but that's why I said pharmacies are a current model to distribute medication today. And if it was taken off Schedule 1, marijuana could be dispensed the same fashion. That was my point. Okay, we're up to matters initiated. So we're in the home stretch here. So let's finish this out. Any further comments from staff at this point?
I have a recommendation. Can we move this item to the next meeting?
We are so close.
I have a council member to my left who's very tired.
No, it's just, it is getting late. We haven't reported out for about a month. I don't feel like I want to rush through, all the items that we've done in the last, end of July, all of August, and beginning of September. So if we each take about 5 or 10 minutes, we're starting to push midnight. I don't know, just getting, and if there's any discussion involved with any of our items, then we might be pushing it, in my opinion. So I would like to call for the continuance.
Okay, so I've got a motion and
Although I have a time sense better.
well, is there a second to the motion? Motion dies for lack of
Second.
a... Okay. All right. So it's been moved to finish the meeting. Seconded. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? No.
Wait, you said move to continue the meeting.
No, he said to end the meeting.
You just said continue the meeting.
Correct.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I just voted in the affirmative.
Okay,
the way
my
you first
my
put the
mistake.
motion.
The motion, as I understood it, was to end the meeting.
End the meeting, yes.
Okay, so my understanding was the motion was to end the meeting, and then it was a second. So, once again, calling the question, a motion to end the meeting at 11:10, well, at 11:07 or whatever. Okay, motion to end the meeting. All in favor of ending the meeting at 11:07, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No?
No.
Okay, so we have 3 noes. Motion fails. We go to...
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, I'm not trying to be ticky-tack here, but according to our rules of procedure, you'd need affirmative motion to continue.
Okay. In that case, do I have a motion to continue?
Oh, I move we continue.
Second. Okay. Moved and seconded that we continue. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, so motion carries 3-2. Well, you know what? Okay. So that's why that's why you're the city attorney.
The rule keeper.
Okay. All right. So matters initiated. Okay, since I got a motion down here, take it away, Councilmember Warner.
I don't have anything to report on that, on activities, but the one thing that struck me, and based on the last meetings and all of the feedback we've had from the community, and we all know it's been, we got it in the press and everything else, but issues with the downtown specific plan. But I would like to suggest that one of the things we try and fast track is putting parking next to the existing parking garage. And there are a couple of thoughts here. One is, I think Mr. Stein pointed out in one of the previous meetings that whenever we start to do something in the downtown, we're going to have to take out the existing surface parking just for the space of, say, any garage we build, and for the staging area for that. So that by putting parking north, next to the existing garage, that we free up the we get rid of the problem of not having the ability to construct something. The other thing is that the original plans did call for parking there eventually, but I think because the downtown specific plan is kind of hung up in the conversation, and that in order to put a parking garage on the west side, we'd really have to solve all of the pieces. So I would like to suggest that staff come back with the options that we can think of on starting with putting parking there as the first action. And I think that I'm interested in what would it take to get the maximum number of spaces there as soon as possible. And I think it was also pointed out in the conversations that we do have existing traffic flow problems even around the current garage. So I think that what we need to do is address the longer-term vision of what that would look like, and that as we think through the options that we're thinking through, being able to accommodate, all the different versions that have been put out there on the downtown specific plan, and in particular, where we place the various pieces. But that's what I would like to suggest, that we begin to align around putting parking there, getting going, and that we fast track an understanding of the options and getting it done.
So to clarify, concept is to have staff return with something that fast tracks the next phase of structured parking next to the existing parking garage, and that be sized to deal with future uses, including the commercial, the hotel, essentially.
It's sized, as I say, to the maximum for all uses. And when you do that, we explicitly have to address the traffic flow, and that it makes sense. But I think that this could be the beginning of a way to break our log jam, get something going, and it positions us well for the future.
Okay. So we got three heads nodding?
Yep.
Okay.
So, and then just a quick visual up here, was that 5? Sort of comfortable with that?
Yes, and if the maker suggestors is comfortable, emphasis on the hotel meeting space, at least in its current proposal. We asked last time to run some numbers based on the different factors, and those numbers should be in the calculation. That's all. Whatever the concept of maximum is.
Right. Maximum is as much as it can handle for all of the potential purposes.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Done.
Couple of little things. One quick, just kind of in order here. The testimony tonight. The whole CEMEX mining issue in the neighborhood, I think staff's already sat down once with the neighborhood, but just if it pleases my peers, could we ask staff to help them solve the records research question and not make them go through perhaps multiple Public Record Act requests, identify their issues, and really help them source the records. And even if it begins to cost us something, please don't charge them. And I don't know if you need something from us later for that, but if it gets burdensome, they're going through enough with the county and the other miners, and let's help them with the legacy city records the best and most expeditiously we can.
Very good. And clearly there's a basis in the law for that, but what I'm hearing is go above and beyond that if necessary to actually help them get the package of information that's most helpful. We can do that.
That okay with my brothers and sister? Second of all, on the downtown issue, as everybody knows at the last big meeting, I mentioned planning on a bigger footprint. And then we, me included, all wrapped ourselves around the axle of specific numbers. And in my critical thinking, it's dawned on me that specific numbers out of one parcel don't deliver the product, which is a drivable, parkable, livable downtown. And if my peers would go along with it, could we ask staff to come back with, can we take the housing component, enlarge the scale, as I suggested at that meeting, to be all of the downtown, and bring us the steps necessary to have a council community conversation on what is the carrying capacity of dwelling units downtown, and that ought to feed the traffic model, not just the 8 acres, not 100, we went to 0 and 100 and 200 or 300, not those specific numbers, because what if the growth site or others come in with their own applications and we keep rerunning the traffic model? I just think it's a better practice now to say we've all got discomfort with the intensification of use on just the city acreage, and can we pull the housing out and have a reboot discussion on housing in the downtown and let that feed the model? So that would be my request if it's got some support.
Yeah, sounds good. No, I like that. Because then you look at it more in a more holistic fashion rather than piecemeal. Because remember, the downtown specific plan reboot in 2009 was really around a 2,000-seat regional theater, and at that time 400 units of housing on the same site. So I think it's a good idea to look at it more holistically to expand that area. So that's 1, 2. So you got 3.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, this is what I was trying to avoid, is that now we're holding downtown discussions, which, well, anyway, I'll just leave it at that. Kind of wanted to avoid that at this late of an hour, but no, I have some thoughts, but that's okay. You got 3.
Okay. Councilmember Turner.
Okay, not to have any more downtown discussions, but sorry. From the last, I have 2 matters to be initiated, and I'm not going to announce any of the things I've done for the last month and a half.
We'll do that next time.
We'll do that next time.
Report out next time.
Other than the LAFTA buses are standing room only, so we're doing great. 2 matters to be initiated. First off, for those of you that don't know, the Stop Waste Authority Board has an expansion of the plastic ban that will extend to restaurants and various other entities. If we take no action, we automatically are included, but I would like to have it placed on the agenda so that you guys can look at it and decide as an entire council as to whether or not you want to take no action.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay, great. And then the second one was at our last meeting, several different community members asked for us to divert the community host impact fees towards the downtown development. And it was my understanding that we really need those fees to ensure the long-term financial liability of the Bankhead Theater. So if you could come back with a reporting on the current financial status of the Bankhead and where they are with their capital fund expenditures, so that we can determine whether or not the use of those fees for another source is viable. I'm assuming it's not, but the community asked for that. And so I'd really like to research that and see if that is a viable use, or if indeed we truly need to reserve all of that money for future operating and or capital needs of the Bankhead Theater.
Yes.
And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, the Cliff Noted version. I just wanted to mention on August 2nd, I was, attended National Night Out, and I want to thank the police department, in particular officers Wen, Lendman, Captain Sarsfield, and I need to pronounce this correctly because I went to St. Felicitas as a kid, and Chaplain Felicitas corrected me many times that night and I'm particular about getting last names, so a special thanks to Captain Felicitas
Call him Clay.
for going out. Yeah, I mean, it was really great neighborhoods. Just thank you to the neighbors that hosted. I've also learned not to eat probably for 2 days prior because I was being force-fed at every location, and it was nice. On the 13th of August, I helped out with the Community Interfaith Backpack Project. They've been around for 20 years in town. This year, they distributed 1,400 backpacks to needy kids that included a Carl's Jr. meal certificate, not a coupon, but for a full meal, a Payless Shoe Source coupon, good enough in my opinion for 1 or 2 pairs of shoes, and donations from Livermore Rotary, Walmart, Costco, Seroptimus, Lawrence Livermore National Lab, and the Hindu Community and Cultural Center. I only got to about 20 houses, but it was such an experience, and I think they need some recognition for what they do for the past 20 years. So it's a great group and great projects. The LAFTA items, a couple projects and services committee, and the LAFTA board meeting earlier today, Councilmember Turner already mentioned. We were at standing room only on a few of our routes now at certain times, so that's great to see, and it looks like the realignment's working out very well. I'd like to add to the CMEX request that any information that we get, I would like it somehow distributed to the council. I need more information on this potential project. I understand the city was involved with, I guess, either a lawsuit at some point or some type of litigation or concerns. I want the history as much as we possibly can get on that site. Yeah, there are definite concerns. I'll just cut it at that. I had a bit more to say, but I think we do need more information. A couple other items, at least one. Also, I wanted to point out that I've noticed that some campaign signs have already gone up, and if we could reach out, and it's nobody that is running for local city elected office, but there may be some people that are out of loop with our ordinance. I believe it's October, or our guidelines. But if they can be contacted, I don't know legally what can be done, but it is a little early because they started going up a couple weeks ago. So, and they're not remnants from another campaign. This is somebody new who's very eager, and I don't blame them, but I just wanted to get it out there in public that, hey, we do have some guidelines that hopefully should be followed, and I touched a nerve.
No, we can follow up. We are limited to what we can do, but we'll follow up and do what we can.
Okay. And then the last item, earlier I pulled item 4.1, which was the minutes, but one item that I would like clearly reflected, and I think I should bring this up now, is that the response from the project applicant to a particular question that I had. I feel that there's been some discussion, and I think that the clarification when I asked the project applicant if reducing the number of units by half would be a non-starter for the project, and their response, I'd like to see that summarized in the minutes for however it went and however it was remembered. But I recall that the answer was that no, it was not a non-starter for the project, that they'd have to run the numbers. So that's the specific request on that one. With that, I'm done.
Okay, very good. I'm not going to report out because I've been busy in the interest of time. But just to build a little bit on Councilmember Turner's request about the fees, we recently received an update from the former assistant city manager, Jenny Hariyama, and also the city attorney regarding some of the bankhead finances and their so what I would like is to have perhaps have LVPAC or the representative come back. I understand they had a very successful fundraiser over the weekend. So just to get a sense of where they are with their finances, the capital campaign, and those sorts of things, just have them check back in with the council, kind of a mid-year update on how they're doing. Also, going back to the last meeting, there was discussion about possibly using foundations or nonprofits. Actually, Councilmember Spadowski suggested looking into nonprofits or foundations to fund some of the downtown amenities. So what I would like to do is to set up a subcommittee of the council to explore that. And the timing is really good because it turns out this coming Saturday, the 17th, is going to be Stand Strong Together. And that's going to be, I think, 50 nonprofits and foundations from the Tri-Valley, part of the Tri-Valley Nonprofit Alliance. And I would ask if Councilmember Spadowski would be willing to chair that effort for that subcommittee. Okay, terrific. Is there anybody else that there's no specific number of how many people would be on a subcommittee? Anybody want to volunteer or? Okay, Councilmember Warner. Okay. So we've got a subcommittee to explore the foundation or nonprofit funding, because we don't have anything like Land Studio here in Livermore, but that's one of the ways that some folks have done it. So.
And I think since Councilmember Warner voted to continue the meeting tonight, now he's on a subcommittee. So
yep. See,
great payback.
Spread that.
I'd like to point out that he wouldn't be on a subcommittee if we.
But then we wouldn't be getting this good work done.
I would be on the subcommittee with you if I wasn't doing homework.
Okay. With that, there be no further business to the council. Meeting is adjourned. Oh, by the way, we have the library reading program will be next meeting. So we'll see you then. Meeting adjourned.